everybody. Afternoon for most of you, I think. I think most of you it's afternoon, right? How's the audio this morning? I've made some changes to the stream. I don't really know what I did, but I talked to Streamlabs yesterday, and we've made some small tweaks. Hopefully that fixes it. I figured out the camera thing on my own. Might I add you? On my own, I did something yesterday. So if it fucks up, that's probably the part that got fucked up. So day by day, we're getting a little bit better. I've had people confirm the software. I've had people confirm the hardware. We seem to be okay on all of that, but we'll see. Why is the camera? Well, the camera. Fun story about the camera. I just clicked on a setting that I didn't understand. Like that's the whole thing with the camera. There just was a setting, and I didn't get it. And I clicked on it. I'm trying to remember what the setting even was. It was yeah. I remember. It was through my VPN, which I don't use because it wipes me out every time. And there was something about the permissions with the webcam, and I remember when I did it thinking, I don't want somebody to be able to access my webcam while I'm just on my computer. And then I took away the access to the webcam for Streamlabs. So that's all that happened. Yeah, and then I blew up. Oh, shit.
Ironically. Oh, shit.
Hey.
Ironically, you mentioned permissions yesterday when you were having struggles. Remember, talked about having it. Why would I want to have administrator access?
Yeah, I don't remember that. That's chaos. That's a nightmare. It is an absolute nightmare for me to have like on stream problems where I can see the chat and everybody's just like, this guy's too fucking stupid to use a computer. And then you jump on to try and fix it, but you can't even see my screen. So yeah, I probably did say it. That's what I was getting at there. Is that you probably did say that.
I mean, it's standard. But
hi, Jen.
At least for her. Hi.
Did you have a nice night last night?
It was fine.
It's a weird one. There's something in the water. Yeah. There's something in the water on TikTok. I don't know. I have no idea what's going on over there.
I think there's a lot of things that people, it's definitely was an interesting evening. There was a lot of crash outs.
Yeah, it's like everybody decided, I don't know if they all got together and they're like, hey, the Tuesday before Thanksgiving is our crash out time. I did hear a lot of people say that, at least in Discord, that like that kind of happens every year. That makes sense. This is a stressful time for people.
I mean, was the universe in like Gatorade or something?
I think so. Gatorade, you idiot. How bad do you hate astrology on a scale of 1 to 10?
Actually.
Bullshit. I don't believe you.
I don't.
You buy into any of that stuff? You like go get a reading?
No, I lean into the positive things for zodiac signs.
Like what? What are the positives that you see?
Well, I'm a Leo, so
I don't know what that means.
I know, and you're a Scorpio, so I mean, just how awesome Leos are, and the confidence. I mean, Leos are just they're better, like Candy. Oh no, I saw the wrong comment. Xana said, and Leos are better than Scorpios, so there's that.
So are all Leos heartless, or is it just?
Not all, but I mean, there's a handful of us that are definitely.
Like, would you say you're a good representation of a Leo?
I would think so. Yeah.
Chat, what do you guys think?
What do you think? Do I give Leo vibes?
Have you seen that? I don't even know who I don't remember who the stand-up guy is, but he's like, he's talking about astrology. He's like, I don't know a lot about it, but I'm a Capricorn. And then, like, the audience like, I knew it. And he's like, see, that's the thing. I'm not a Capricorn. I just lied to you. But everybody always says I knew it. And he's like, and then he goes on. He's like, actually, I'm a Sagittarius. And some lady's like, I knew it. And he's like, didn't you learn from the last fucking lady? I'm not a Sagittarius. That's what I always find. When people find out I'm a Scorpio, they're always like, I knew it. I knew you were a Scorpio. I don't know. But it is weird. Me and my brother have the same birthday. We also have the same mom. So that probably plays a bigger role in things, but we are very, very similar.
So your parents no, or hold on. Never mind. I was going to say something different.
Biological family, different dads.
Yes.
Yeah, their dads.
Yeah, that's
their dad stuck around. Mine didn't.
So your mom's just extremely fertile on that one particular day. It sounds like.
It sounds like it. Yeah. I think that makes us like a Valentine's baby. I think.
Is it possibly?
Yeah. Sorry, Patrick, if you're getting random ads, that's a YouTube thing. If you have YouTube Premium, you don't see ads, but we don't really get to control that. So I apologize for that if you guys are seeing ads. There's no ads on Twitch, but don't go over there because we got to protect the Twitch chat. And you can go to TikTok. There's no ads as well.
Yeah. So, I mean, the real irony and the people who are into astrology is me being a Leo with an Aquarius spawn, which is fun.
Was that, are you guys like, are you guys battle each other?
She's just really sensitive, and I'm dead inside, so sometimes it can be complicated.
Is that what you say about me behind my back when people ask what it's like dealing? Do you just tell them that I'm sensitive? I feel like people maybe don't know I'm as sensitive as I am and how often I cry to you. But
no, I don't necessarily think you're sensitive. Too sensitive, anyway.
Thank you. What's going on today? What's up with your attitude today? Why are you in such a good mood?
I'm not in a good. Well, I mean, I'm not in a bad mood. Do you want me to be in a bad mood?
No, I'm just. I don't. Are you in love? What's going on?
Oh, God, no. No.
Okay.
We've been over this. I put your species in timeout a couple years ago, and you guys can stay there for now. It's fine.
Doesn't she seem like she's in a better mood today, guys? Doesn't it seem like it?
I mean, I took a little bit of a nap. I didn't get as long of a nap as I wanted because our communication was off this morning, so I didn't get as long of a nap. But
sorry about that.
I took a little nap.
I slept on the kneeling down for like an hour last night. My daughter couldn't fall asleep, and I was singing. She just wants people to sing. I run out of songs too. I don't know that many songs, and I fell asleep once, and she woke me back up. And then the second time, I think she was asleep, and I woke up to both of my legs asleep. You ever had that? Both legs asleep at the same time?
Did you say you fell asleep kneeling?
Kneeling, yeah, on the side of the bed.
How the fuck did you do that?
I don't know. I think it's a time change thing. When I was in Mexico, I was waking up every morning at like 5:30 because it's like.
But it's the kneeling.
Well, I think it's just exhaustion. I think it was just exhaustion because I was up at 5:30 and then I would walk to try and catch the sunrise, and then I realized when I got back here, like the first day I got back, I woke up at 3:30. I'm like, oh no.
I have to be practically blow darted to be able to sleep, so I would never be able to fall asleep kneeling.
Define blow darted, please.
Like I take Ambien to sleep and other sleep medicine so I can sleep.
All right, I thought maybe that's why you're in a good mood. Facts got banned this morning?
Facts got banned?
That's what somebody said, yeah.
Oh, I don't know.
That sounds right. He's outrageous. I always consider this stream to be like, if people don't want such harsh opinions and language, they come here, and if they want like unedited, they go to Facts. That's the way I've always viewed it.
Oh, and maybe later on, if they want to, see people who are unhinged, just troll the TikTok streets, troll.
All right, I'll start the show. It's good to talk to you, Jen. Love you.
Mm-hmm.
Love you. Oh, her mic probably cut out. I think that's probably what happened. All I know is I didn't deserve what happened to me yesterday. I hear you there, Dolphin. What I can also say to you is, let me say this about people on TikTok. Don't trust people just because they have your political ideology. Don't trust people just because they say things you agree with on TikTok, because and I would say that there's probably people who've been let down by me if they've gotten to know me, but everybody that does content creation on any platform, they're just people, and a lot of there's something about being a content creator. There's something fucked up about all of us that do this for a living that we don't mind being criticized heavily, and I don't know. I don't know what it says about us that we do this, but I would just say that after yesterday, that I felt a little vindicated. I'm not going to say there's some people that last night I think were a little bit exposed when pressed on things and showed their true colors, and I'm pretty quiet about all that stuff, but I did feel vindicated. Yeah, sure, Miguel. I guess everybody's a grifter. What's the actual definition of a grifter? What does that mean? Person who engages in petty or small scale swindling. Yeah, I don't think that's grifting. I'm not even saying that these people don't believe what they say. I just think that people generally put their best foot forward. I think everybody does that online. Everybody's social media. You guys, most people's social media isn't you like when you're constipated. Like, I can't shit today. It's a lot of highlights. Social media is usually people's highlights. And so if you're making content, you're showing the stuff that you think you know, the stuff that you're passionate about. You're probably not always talking about the things that you're not passionate about or your faults. Jen does say I'm an overshare. But that's all I would say. I think you should do that with everybody. And I would also say one other thing. Be quick to forgive. I don't think everybody would want to be judged on their worst day. And for people who are perpetually online that do this for a living, they're going to have bad days. And I think like sometimes cancel culture and purity culture is a nightmare. I'm sure that there's been days when people have left. I know for sure there's been a couple events where people left this audience and never came back. And so I try and remember that. I don't necessarily want to judge everybody on their worst days. I think that's sometimes why I get criticism a little bit for relationships I have with some people on the other side of the aisle. I think Admir is probably a good one. I have a good relationship with Admir. We have honest conversation. A lot of people see him in a different light. A lot of people have seen him at his best and his worst. And I would just say that. Don't wholesale agree with everything somebody says, and don't take everybody's worst day as exactly who they are. What happened? You can go to Discord. If you're not in Discord, you can go to Tea Time. There's some explanation there, and I really don't want to shit on people all day, so I won't. But we'll leave it at that. Speaking though of bad days, this dude has a lot of bad days. My main criticism of Tim Pool is and a lot of people like Tim Pool is that they are incredibly lazy. Tim Pool gets duped by shit all the time. Joe Rogan gets duped by shit all the time. And my favorite thing that Tim Pool does is when he feigns outrage about something that he got duped on. So Vivek Ramaswamy, I don't think he's alleging it, but people around him are alleging that his opponent for the governor's race, what is her name again? Ohio Democrat. Do you guys know? What's the candidate in Ohio? What's her name? Dr. Amy Acton. That's her name. They accused her of using AI to make Vivek say something he didn't say. So here's Tim Pool's reaction to this video. The claim is that he said that he wants to extend school out until 4 p.m. so that people don't have to pay for childcare. And here's Tim's reaction to that video allegedly not existing.
Make parenting more affordable by making school year-round and going till 4 o'clock instead of 3 o'clock so you don't have to pay for childcare.
Okay, it's a short clip of Vivek Ramaswamy, a politician, a man who's running for office, saying to make school year-round from 3 to 4, and it's AI. The original audio has been replaced with fabricated audio falsely attributing statements about 4 p.m. to Vivek Ramaswamy. Here's the unaltered original video, if we can play it.
That bring down costs now, not in the distant future, but in the present. Bring down those electric bills by requiring AI data centers to pay for their own energy.
I like that idea, by the way. I do think AI data centers should have to pay for their own energy. I also think they should have to create their own energy. On top of paying for their own, I don't think they should be able to drive up the cost of the people around them. I like that idea by Vivek.
Bring down housing costs by ending land use restrictions that stop new home construction. And you know what? Slash property taxes while we're at it. And let's make healthcare affordable by topping up health savings accounts. More on that soon. That's how we win this thing. Let's go get it done.
Let's go get it done.
Nowhere does he say this, but here's the thing. You have Dr. Amy Acton, doctor, advocate, and problem solver, running for governor to fight for Ohioans.
Is her campaign slogan, boom, tough actin' Amy Acton? Because if it's not, somebody's got to get a hold of her. That would be amazing.
and she just posted a false video of Vivek Ramaswamy advocating for something he never said. This should be she should have liability on this. I believe
what you doing that with that nose there, bud? A little sus.
He should be able to sue her for publishing this. This is defamation. And you can argue that, well, she didn't know actual mouse. Yo, if we're playing this game, we are done.
Done. Cooked. Forever. Thanks, Tim Pool. You could have done 4 seconds of fucking research. That's all it really took. 4 seconds of research to find out that it is a real video. And what happened is Vivek Ramaswamy put up that video, and he got so much pushback about the obviously ludicrous idea of extending school so that people don't have to pay for childcare, not giving the teachers a raise, like they're already overworked as it is. Hell, we can't tax people more. We can't give people access to free health or child care if they can't afford it. We can't get them discounted child care. Let's just keep them at school forever. He did say it. And he got so much pushback that he went back and he edited that part out of his clip. His campaign has confirmed it. Tim Pool's just lazy. All of them are just lazy. But that's the right. I think that's the biggest, I think if I could boil down to the difference between, I don't want to speak for the left because I think there's some people on the left that do this too, but like the biggest creators on the right, the biggest voices on the right, all seem to be incredibly lazy with their research. I don't know if they just have somebody that brings clips to them and then they put the clips up. I don't know, but they all seem incredibly lazy. So thanks, Tim Pool, for that. I'm going to skip this. The big story is still these 6 Democrats who advocated for people in the military and in intelligence not to comply with illegal or unlawful orders. And I'm guessing Republicans just don't want to talk about Epstein. They don't want to talk about the economy. I think this is just their opportunity to get out of it. But I saw this clip with Bill O'Reilly. He was on with News Nation's Leland Vittert. And Leland Vittert is like this guy who, I don't want to say desperately, but like he consciously tries to never take a position and play middle ground. He'll often kind of concede points to people on each side to get them to open up and speak a little more. And Bill O'Reilly was having none of Leland Vittert accurately reporting on what the video said. In fact, so much so that he stops him and then warns him not to tell the truth.
To be fair here, they said don't obey unlawful orders, which
yeah, I think he's from Fox News. I'm with you, Roosevelt. But when I watch him, that's what it looks like he's trying to do. Is he's trying to sit in the middle. I do agree he's MAGA. I think personally he's definitely MAGA, but that's what it looks like to me.
Unlawful orders, which, by the way, is what every person is told every time, every day in boot camp. Okay, there are classes at the U.S. military academies on unlawful orders.
Can I stop you? Let me
before you bring up the fact that you're told this in the military and that they said don't comply with unlawful orders. Let me just tell you this first, Leland.
Stop you, Leland. Don't set yourself on fire. Okay, please, I'm begging you, don't set yourself on fire. There was no unlawful order in play. They can try.
I know that. We've reported that.
They didn't say that either. I'm telling you, when I go and just on TikTok, not yesterday, because yesterday was the crash out day, but the days before, and you watch people just repeat this shit. Like, I don't know how you could be on the right and talk about this like it's an issue. You literally took a video and changed what the words were in the video, pretended that it said something else, and now you've got 4 days of coverage. The entire right-wing ecosystem has 4 days of coverage on a lie that is so painfully obvious a lie that Bill O'Reilly's like, don't say it. Don't give away the game. Don't set yourself on fire. You got to stick You got to stick with us. Stick with the lie.
That is not a legitimate basis to try to undermine a president or a military. It's just not.
I don't get it. What do you mean it's not? Telling people not to obey unlawful orders, it's not like a legitimate basis? I made a video showing how I cleaned out a small hallway, and now it's a Grand Canyon. See, this is what I'm saying. You know exactly what the Democrats were trying to accomplish. That's what they like. You guys have to do that. You all have to do that. You can never take anybody at face value. By the way, I'm going to read here in a second, but like Trump has given multiple unlawful orders. And that wasn't just military, but I actually ended the show with it yesterday, but we lost everybody but the Twitch chat at the end. So I'm going to read it again. But like this guy has been at least 30 times have had the courts say that's unlawful. You can't do that. And I'll get to him in a minute. So hold on to your wieners or something. Be patient. But he's done this.
You can make up anything. And that's what they did. And they
Right.
didn't think there was going to be this blowback on them.
To be fair here,
I'm sure they knew the blowback was going to come because you guys are entirely predictable. You will do anything but discuss the state of our country, which sucks. Because you do have, as MAGA Republicans, there's stuff that I disagree with that you could be celebrating. Stuff that like Trump promised that he delivered on, and you could be celebrating that. But even when you've won, you have the House, the Senate, the judiciary, and the presidency. You have been so conditioned by 8 years of Donald Trump that all you can do is complain. It's the only thing you guys actually know how to do. Just whine about shit. Just call things unfair. Now you're in power and you're just like, what if we went back and talked about how things were unfair before? What if everything they say we just take out of context or change the meaning entirely? You guys, are you not embarrassed by that? Honestly, Republicans, who's here? You're not embarrassed by the fact that I'm going to show you more clips that your entire party right now is just going on TV, making up this lie that somehow this was sedition. You're not tired of that? Here's Stephen Miller doing the same thing. By the way, also, let me point out one other thing. Not one of you motherfuckers would listen to a word Stephen Miller said if he wasn't hired by Donald Trump. This is one of the weirdest, sleaziest, most racist, disgusting human beings that's ever been not ever, that's been in government in my lifetime. None of you, he has no riz. He doesn't say anything. He lies all the time. Everything is a war. None of you would give a fuck. None of you gave a fuck about Stephen Miller. Stephen Miller's been around since he was in college. He's been in the spotlight since college. None of you knew who he was until Trump brought him around. You wouldn't listen to these people. Don't listen to them just because they're with Trump.
Mr. Miller, what should happen to the city?
It's like Scott Bessent. If Scott Bessent had 9 brain injuries, his face is getting a little chonky there. Stephen's aging. I think, did you guys know Stephen Miller's like 39 years old? Maybe 40? Let me see. He's 40. We're the same age. I know I don't look great, but me and this guy are the same age. That's tough.
Seditious 6.
Well, they should be held accountable under the law and under the Uniform Code of Military Justice for a seditious conspiracy against the United States of America. This is completely open and shut, straightforward. What is the motivation?
All right, let's look up seditious conspiracy. By the way, Trump, the only person I know of that's been charged and convicted of seditious conspiracy. There's probably some others that I'm unaware of. Trump just pardoned them. So you can't pardon the people that did seditious conspiracy and then be like, this is seditious conspiracy. It's a federal crime involving 2 or more people who conspire to use force or violence to overthrow the U.S. government, oppose its authority, or prevent the execution of any law. Can you imagine going before a judge and saying, this is seditious conspiracy? He's like, great. What force did they use? Well, they made a video. All right. Any violence? No. Okay. Well, it's force or violence. So you're saying the video is force, right? And their goal was to overthrow the U.S. government? Yeah, that's correct. How were they going to do that? Well, we're going to they're opposing its authority. How did they do that? They said you shouldn't obey unlawful orders. Oh, all right. Bye. That's how that case would go. That wouldn't get past a grand jury. I mean, this administration would take that case in front of a grand jury because they'll take any case and it'll just get slapped down. But that's crazy.
Why would 6 members of Congress, selecting specifically for individuals with a CIA or military background, record a carefully written, carefully produced, slickly edited video messaging directly to members of our clandestine services and our armed forces, telling them to disobey orders from their superiors?
I just taking a guess, they may have read Project 2025. They may be paying attention. I think the best excuse for these people making this video is they're paying attention. If you're paying attention, you know Donald Trump consistently gives out unlawful orders. Consistently. It's actually it might be the thing he does the most. That's probably why they made it. I'll get to it, JR. Relax. I'm going to show you this fucking dipshit racist for a little bit. I'm going to play some other clips. Because I want it ingrained in your head that it's your whole goddamn party that's retarded. Shit. I just read that in the chat. I'm so sorry. I was responding to somebody saying that. I'm so sorry. Oh, fuck. My bad. That's a slip. That's my bad. I'm sorry, guys.
Telling them that they should individually determine whether an order is legal or illegal and defy it. Individuals who are exercising life and death power. The CIA engages...
It's going to get clipped. I'm so fucked on that one. That's what I get for reading the chat while I'm trying to respond to somebody. I really am sorry. I'm sorry, guys. Clip that. That's going to get me canceled for sure.
...in covert missions all over the world involving life and death decisions. The armed forces launches life-taking missions time and time again. They carry weapons. They control drones. They control missiles. They work on nuclear submarines. For what purpose would you ever deliver this message, as you said?
Well, because maybe you say, hey, let's blow this boat out of the water, and it's just another fishing boat. Maybe that's why you would issue it. Maybe you would say, hey, maybe you're working with the Israelis, and they say, just drone strike that hospital. Maybe that's why you would say it. Didn't they just accidentally go into Mexico? Maybe that's why you would say it. Maybe you would say it because you're directing ICE to break into somebody's house. Could be any of those reasons. How many reasons do we need?
It's to create a color revolution. It is the CIA playbook for trying to foment insurrection from within the military and within the CIA. Look, we saw after Charlie Kirk was assassinated, Jesse.
And got to bring in Charlie Kirk. We have to reference Charlie Kirk every time. It's very important to remember that all of this stuff that isn't happening is why Charlie Kirk died. How many reasons do we have that Charlie Kirk was assassinated now? It's just everything, right? Just no matter anything Democrats say or why Charlie Kirk was killed now.
Members of the armed forces openly celebrating his murder. So think about that for a second. You have people in the armed forces, and it can be a tiny, tiny percentage, but who celebrated the assassination of Charlie Kirk. That's
freedom of speech. I don't agree. I didn't do it. I think we learned from this. I think that there's a lot of people who probably did have good feelings about Charlie Kirk being assassinated. And you're allowed to do that. Remember, we're talking about seditious conspiracy here. We're talking about an actual crime. We've gone from accusing them of conspiring against the government with a violent overthrow to now Charlie Kirk's dead and some people were happy about it, which you can do. Rory said, train. Eric Klaus said, oh, look, it's evil Moby. Illusion, thanks. Good to see you. I don't know if these super chats are just coming in now, but they all came in at once. Thank you, guys.
And then now they're getting a message from Kelly and from other members of Congress saying, defy your commanders. Rise up and defy your superiors. That kind of language will get people killed. It endangers our national security. It is dangerously radical.
They didn't say that. I do think that would get you killed if you said, rise up and disobey your commanders. You do take an oath to the Constitution. You are required to follow lawful orders. But again, are you saying that if your commander gives an unlawful order, that the commander's going to be killed? And if the commander's giving an unlawful order and his people turn against him, who's the problem there? This is the most confusing. I don't know, what do we call this? A bit? I'm so confused by. I'm not confused by them because they're scrambling, right? The Epstein files aren't good. The economy's not good. Our foreign policy's not going well. We just had it leaked that Steve Witkoff's going around telling Russia, like, all you got to do to get Trump to do whatever you want is just compliment him. I understand things aren't going well, but this was the best you could come up with? Is taking words completely out of context and now saying they've got to go down for seditious conspiracy because now we're going to die because Charlie Kirk died. I'm pretty sure, I mean, we don't have all the details yet, but of all the details I've read about Charlie Kirk's assassination, I haven't seen yet one person talking about, well, the reason he died is because somebody said that you shouldn't follow an unlawful order. Pretty sure.
Radicalizing. And it has all of the evidence of willfulness and intent. And when they go on TV and they say, well, we can't name what order is illegal, that proves the point. It was never about the law. It was...
But they never said it was illegal. But I'm going to get to them anyways. I would say this. Elise Slotkin should have been ready for that question. She was asked, like, what unlawful orders have been given. She should have been prepared for that. I don't know where her team is. She could have listed off 20 of them. So I kind of agree with him there. I have a problem with some of these Democrats. I think our girl Jasmine Crockett fucked this up too. She claimed a couple people had gotten donations from Jeffrey Epstein, and then it was the wrong Jeffrey Epstein. And then when she was confronted, she's like, "Well, I didn't say it was that Jeffrey Epstein." Democrats need to be better. Yeah, Slotkin is embarrassing. I agree with that.
Breaking down the chain of command. The Democrat Party is openly engaged every day in trying to tear down democracy, whether it be judges who are binding the president with unlawful orders, releasing violent criminals back onto the street, trying to cement and protect the illegal alien invasion of America, and now fomenting rebellion inside of the ranks of our armed forces and CIA.
It's so hyperbolic. Amy Lynn said, so begging the law is now dangerous? Yeah. Well, it's dangerous if you're MAGA. You're going to lose. If you keep the laws, you don't get to really be part of them anymore. John said, I've slipped too. My kid's on the spectrum. Thanks, John. Appreciate that. Wasn't me said, how does NASA organize a party? They plan it. NASA doesn't do anything anymore. SpaceX does everything now. All right, next one.
Mr. Miller.
All right. This one. Trying to remember who this was. Sorry, I didn't tag this very well. Oh yeah, this was Nicole Wallace on MSNBC. Is this? Yeah. Well, let me actually, because I promised this to MAGA, let me go back. I'm going to jump ahead real quick to the list, and then I'll go backwards. So who is doing this today? Anonymous Squirrel. I'm going to go to 11 now. I just went through, and I found 10 examples of Trump issuing an order that was overruled by the courts. So some of you heard this at the end of the show yesterday if you're on Twitch, some didn't. First, executive orders attempting to dismantle federal diversity, equity, and inclusion programs were blocked by a federal court for violating the First and Fifth Amendment rights by imposing unconstitutional viewpoint discrimination and vagueness. In that instance, Donald Trump signs an executive order. He tells his administration to violate people's First and Fifth Amendment rights, and the courts had to strike that down. Key part of Trump's 2025 voting executive order requiring showing citizenship documents to register to vote was permanently blocked for violating separation of powers and disenfranchising voters of color. Not only was it disenfranchising voters, but it was also Trump trying to take the role from Congress. It's their job. In fact, they're trying to pass something called the SAVE Act right now, which is basically just Trump's executive order done the right way. So there's two, but he told his administration, just go ahead and do it. Courts permanently blocked Trump's attempts to dismantle federal agencies protecting libraries, finding the orders exceeded legal authority. A federal court struck down a Trump health care rule allowing refusal of care based on providers' personal beliefs, ruling it violated administrative law. The delayed FDA e-cigarette regulation under Trump administration was ruled unlawful for not complying with congressional requirements. Courts blocked Trump's executive orders suspending asylum eligibility, finding constitutional and statutory violations. A court blocked Trump's freeze on foreign aid programs, ruling it violated administrative law and federal statutes. The Supreme Court halted Trump's attempt to end birthright citizenship through executive order. A district court order blocked Trump's actions against Harvard's research funding, finding constitutional and administrative law violations. And finally, the 10th one, and these are just 10. Just 10. Courts blocked Trump's orders ending tax subsidies for biased media based on First Amendment grounds. He issues a ton of unlawful orders. And if you said this about Joe Biden, that would also be fine. You can do it. You could say Joe Biden did. What was the one that he did? It was something with asylum. What was it? What was it that Joe Biden got? Oh no. It was student loan repayment. Right? That was an executive order that was unlawful. And if you told the people in the Department of Education, or you told the people at, I guess it would, I guess the IRS. Yeah, that's unlawful too. It's fine. Yeah, but Pops, not all those people were military. So if you have a president, Pops, who's giving unlawful orders all the time, it's a good thing. It might be a good idea to mention that to the military, to the CIA, to the FBI, to the NSA, to Homeland Security. It might be a good reminder to them that, hey, this guy is notorious for issuing unlawful orders. And by the way, some of those were, at least Homeland Security. Where was that one? It's one of them. I swear one of them was. I guess the DEI one, that's everywhere. Those would be unlawful orders. I'm just saying, like, Pops, and I think you're a reasonable person. So let's just do this, Pops. Is it fair to say that all of this hysteria by right-wingers is them choosing to hear something different than what these people said? Now, if you think that that's what they meant, that's fine. You're allowed to have that opinion. But we have to be able to be honest about this. All of these Republicans, and I'm going to show some more, all of them are responding to something that wasn't said. It's something they literally took the opposite of what was said and have made 4 days. And now they're talking about bringing in court-martialing Mark Kelly. You have here this story now with Elise Slotkin. You want to talk about a weaponized Department of Justice. One of the things that MAGA has done really, really well is accuse the other side of doing what they're planning on doing. This is what they were always planning on doing, is weaponizing the Department of Justice. I'd like just the MAGA in the chat to give me some examples, please, of the Biden administration weaponizing the Department of Justice. Could you give me some examples, please? Specific, not, I understand you're going to say court cases, but I want specific court cases. I think you're going to have a hard time finding some. I think I can think of one. And I would argue that it's not weaponization because Merrick Garland recused himself, and so did Joe Biden. It's hard to say it's weaponized when they were both recused from making those decisions. Anything? I'm not seeing the YouTube chat, by the way, today. Oh, yeah, I am. It's just coming in weird. I'll wait for the MAGA that's in the chat. Forcing Americans to get COVID vaccines? That was never done. That never happened. Unless you're talking about the military, there's already a vaccine mandate, so that wasn't illegal. We can already tell the people in the military to be vaccinated and federal employees. So no, all the Trump stuff in New York, that wasn't the Department of Justice. Both cases in New York were state cases. You had the civil fraud case, which was the state, and you had the felony convictions, and those were state cases. So 0 for 2. Georgia versus Trump, again, that was Georgia versus Trump. That's not the DOJ either. Georgia versus Trump did get dropped this morning. It's done. See how hard it is for you guys to name a time that the Biden administration weaponized against Trump? Do you see how hard this is for you? They just tell you that. And you believe it. So now, and this is why they do it, so that when they do it, You don't care. Arctic Frost is one, I hear. Yeah. Good luck with that. Arctic Frost, this is the dumbest one. Arctic Frost was basically just a series of reports. And then it was like, hey, here's the people that were contacting Trump and the organizers of this event. Let's see when they were calling and let's see if they had anything to do with it. Did we get nothing there? Can't prove anything from Biden because he was asleep behind the wheel. That's so stupid. Okay, so he was asleep behind the wheel, but also weaponized his Department of Justice against Trump. Got it. It's easy to say, not easy to type. No, just tell me the case. All right. Well, I'm going to talk about some targeting now.
4 o'clock in New York, Donald Trump's vengeance.
Cue the MSNBC in the bingo. If you got MSNBC in your bingo, cue all the Republicans saying, MSNBC, I'm not watching this.
Retribution campaign has a new target, 6 of them actually. The lawmakers who served our country honorably and bravely and dared to tell members of the United States military something that would in normal times be totally...
Who's to say what's lawful and unlawful? The fucking courts. Are you aware of how this country operates? We have courts and judges. They set the law in Congress. The judge interprets the law. Oh, I want callers. You just have to call on Discord. You can come up. That's a good reminder. We didn't talk about this yesterday. Today I am taking calls. If you want to talk to me, you want to have a discussion about any of this stuff, you message JenDub1. If you look at the Venmo username, that's also her Discord username. You can message her and she'll bring you up. You can talk to me live on air.
Normal and totally obvious that it is their duty to refuse to carry out any illegal orders. This afternoon, one of those lawmakers, Senator Elissa Slotkin of Michigan, who before becoming a member of that body, served as a CIA analyst. And as a CIA analyst, she went to Iraq. She also served in the Pentagon during both the Bush and Obama presidencies. She today announced that she believes she is under investigation by the FBI's counterterrorism division because she appeared in that video that has clearly sent Donald Trump.
That's not weaponization there? They've already tossed out 2 cases. You got Comey and Letitia James. Bill Pulte is going to get sued to oblivion for accessing people's personal information and trying to set up litigation. He's going to get sued by Swalwell. He's going to get sued by Letitia James. This is weaponization. You speak out against Donald Trump, and he threatens you. It's not even just Democrats, it's Republicans too.
Into some sort of rage. Donald Trump saying that what she did was, quote, punishable by death. In fact, a source familiar tells us that the FBI is now working.
See, Trump released dangerous criminals who have reoffended. What is he talking about?
To schedule interviews with Slotkin and the 5 other Democrats who appear in that video, urging U.S. service members simply to not comply with any illegal order. The source telling MS Now that the FBI has contacted Capitol Police to try to schedule these interviews. Ahead of that news, FBI Director Kash Patel was asked about the video. Here's what he said.
Democratic lawmakers released a video calling on military personnel to defy illegal orders. President Trump weighed in and called it a seditious behavior. When you saw this, what went through your head?
Yeah, I saw that Swalwell filed a suit yesterday against Pulte, right?
What goes through my head is the same thing that goes through my head in any case. Is there a lawful...
Same thing goes through my head every time. How the fuck did I get this job? I have no idea what we're talking about here.
...predicate to open up an inquiry and investigation, or is there not? And that decision will be made by the career agents and analysts here at the FBI.
Is the FBI getting involved?
Based on the fact that it's an ongoing matter, there's not much I can say.
Pete Hegseth, Pentagon, also getting in on the action by launching an investigation into Arizona Senator Mark Kelly for his participation.
Oh, just another guy in the video. It's ironic, too, that he's investigating Mark Kelly. Did we open up a case against Pete Hegseth for all his sexual abuse? We do that? No, we didn't do that. Just Mark Kelly, an actual American hero, an astronaut, somebody who literally took fire as a pilot. I've told this story before, but I have my most MAGA friend who moved from Arizona to Oklahoma because Arizona wasn't MAGA enough. And he moved to this, I don't even know where in Oklahoma, but he wanted to go be a member at this golf course where every day, I think 3 times a day, they do the little bugle and everybody stands at allegiance to the flag and they play the Star Spangled Banner. And it's a bunch of like former military MAGA people. And he served with Mark Kelly, and he's the most MAGA human being I've ever met in my entire life in person. And he did ads for Mark Kelly, even though he didn't vote for him. And he said, I owe my life to Mark Kelly. I would do, like, Mark Kelly is one of the greatest warriors I've ever been around. And we're going to go after Mark Kelly because Mark Kelly has the audacity to tell that drunken dipshit that not to put out unlawful orders. And if he does, warning his colleagues, don't follow those unlawful orders. Real American hero, a weekend TV host. I'll take the Real American hero. And I'm not even a big fan of Mark Kelly. We've been plenty critical of Mark Kelly here. He's my senator. I think that sometimes he's far too moderate. Oh, also, his wife got shot. Somebody tried to assassinate his wife.
In the video, Hegseth threatened the decorated veteran and war hero last night with being called back into active duty status so that he could possibly be court-martialed. We should note that that threat comes as Trump's Secretary of Defense appears to be largely sidelined from important aspects of the job of leading the United States military. Reports have emerged that Hegseth has been largely cut out of the Trump administration's negotiations with Ukraine and Russia to end the war.
I'm sorry. Being a good warrior doesn't mean you have good opinions. But do you disagree with his opinion that people in the military should refuse unlawful orders? Because I think that's his opinion. I agree with you. I disagree with a lot of his opinions. But the opinion that they're talking about now is that he said don't obey unlawful orders.
That means that the Secretary of Defense may have more time on his hands to fire off social media posts like this one, mocking Senator Kelly for his uniform, saying, quote, "Your medals are out of order and rows reversed. When and if you are recalled to active duty, it will start with a uniform inspection," end quote. Putting inside Hegseth's character or lack thereof for childish insults toward an American combat veteran and hero, what this is clearly about is getting Donald Trump's attention, one, and intimidation, two. So here's how Senator Kelly responded to the threats last night on the air with our colleague Rachel Maddow.
This must be a source of stress for you and your family. I just have to ask the kind of impact that it's having on you and your loved ones.
Rachel, I've had a missile blow up next to my airplane. I've been shot down, nearly shot down multiple times. I've flown a rocket ship into space 4 times, built by the lowest bidder.
Yeah, but Pete Hegseth was a Fox News weekend host. So who's the true American hero? Guy looks like he steps out of a Brooks Brothers catalog every day in full makeup, and you guys are like, that's a real man.
And my wife, Gabby Giffords, meeting with her constituents, shot in the head, 6 people killed around her. A horrific thing. She spent 6 months in the hospital. But I'm not going to be silenced here. Is it stressful? I've been stressed by things more important than Donald Trump trying to intimidate me into shutting my mouth and not doing my job. He didn't like what I said. I'm going to show up for work every day, support the Constitution.
Pete's been in combat, but Pete's also been in combat with women that were not consenting to that combat. So Mark Kelly hasn't.
My job, hold this administration accountable, hold this president accountable when he is out of line. That's the responsibility of every U.S. senator and every member of Congress. He's not going to silence us.
That is where we start today, December.
All right, you cut it right there. That's not a weaponized Department of Justice. What if you're a Republican and you have the audacity to demand that Donald Trump release the Epstein files? What happens to you and your staff?
Also, I'm going to say this here on camera because it's important. One of Kash Patel's staff threatened my staff with a criminal investigation. if we didn't straighten up and play ball.
I was going to ask you about that, but since you brought it up, and I didn't
I'm bringing it up.
Okay, you brought it up.
And so, like a criminal investigation having nothing to do, he said it was going to be a fraud. We're going to investigate one of your staff for fraud. Right. And he told another one of my staff this. If you guys don't straighten up, you know, if you want to play hardball, if this is how you want to play it or something like that, this member of your staff is going to get criminally investigated for fraud.
You didn't vote for Pete Hegseth because you can't vote for Secretary of Defense, Jake. Good try, though.
A very specific threat.
Right.
And that had just happened. So I told Bongino, I said, one of your guys is threatening my guys with an FBI investigation if we don't do what you want. And
I thought you guys were, isn't this maximum transparency? Seemingly the one person with any spine at all in your fucking party just wants to protect women. And I know that you guys don't like that. Protecting women's like that frustrates you. You like when women are unprotected. I get that. But one guy has a spine and this DOJ threatens to open a fraud investigation. How are these going, by the way? Is Hillary Clinton in jail? Is Barack Obama in jail? Is James Comey in jail? Has Trump successfully weaponized his Department of Justice to win a single case? I think we're fortunate. I think we're really, really fortunate that, like, one, Democrats don't seem to be committing many crimes, and two, that there's at least like some semblance of we don't want to do fascism, we don't want to do oligarchy in our court system. I'm not the person to be talking about women. Dude, just tell your mom to let it go, dude. I'm tired of her texts. Tell her to quit begging. It's not abuse. It was a one-time thing. Your dad paid me $300. He sat in the chair. I didn't enjoy it. I didn't want to come back. I was hard up for money. I took the $300. Tell your mom to relax. Okay? It's not that hard to find. You can go on Craigslist. There's apps for it now. I bet there's people that would do it for less money than $300. But I needed it.
And he said, I'll take care of that. I'll take care of that. Because even he understood that was not a good look. It's probably illegal, right? So
probably.
But so the fallout of that is the FBI employee who threatened my staff. I have to tell you all this, by the way, Steve, and I have to tell all the listeners this, because this is the context in which I'm worried for the whistleblower. Mm-hmm. If they're willing to retaliate against a congressional office, which has speech or debate immunity and a lot of other protections, they may be willing to retaliate against a whistleblower.
I feel like this administration's at the junior high slam book. It's pathetic. Like, if you thought TikTok last night was unhinged, if you thought they were crashing out, like, this is every day in the Trump administration. Every fucking day. Look at this. Remember we talked yesterday about Tina Peters, who they're trying to get a pardon for, and I don't think Trump can pardon her, right? Because it's a state conviction. Now look what Tina Peters is asking Trump to do.
Tina Peters' attorney is calling for President Trump to use the military to free Peters from a prison in Colorado. This comes as a...
Excuse me? States' rights, brother? What the fuck?
Bipartisan group of election clerks in Colorado says Democratic Governor Jared Polis's indecision on whether
87% approval rate, can't beat that. Well, that's with Republicans, and you literally can beat that. I don't know if you know how percentages work, but 88 would be better than that. 89, perhaps. 90. 91, 92, 93, 94, 95, 96, 97, 98, 99, and 100. You literally can beat that. But I think it goes to show how fucking dumb you guys are. That you've just bought into this. You've just bought into Donald Trump. You have, like, nothing's getting done. You're not getting anything good in your life out of Donald Trump. You're just playing a team sport. We won. We get to go for 4 years on the internet and say we won, and I get it. You get to yell, like, make fun of Kamala Harris. That's your thing. But currently, we're talking about using the military to break an actual criminal out of jail. because she tried to cheat in the election.
Jared Polis's indecision on whether to give in to Trump on this issue and free the former election clerk convicted of breaching election security is an insult to election workers and voters.
Are you saying
go to
that you
tea
believe
time
the
in the
president
Discord.
should call out the 101st Airborne? They should go to her prison in Colorado and say, hey, boys, the pros from Dover are here. Back off. We're taking Tina Peters, and we're going to take her today.
Do I think that it should be done? For who I am, yeah, I'd love to see that happen.
Tina Peters' attorney endorsing a military raid to free her from prison in Colorado follows escalating rhetoric on the far right.
And frankly, I think violence is probably the only solution at this point.
This week, MAGA podcaster Joe Altman from Douglas County called for the execution of Colorado Governor Jared Polis and others.
I think all these people should be tried for treason and hung. I think Jared Polis should be hung. I think Jenna Griswold should be hung. I think Phil Weiser should be hung. I think they should.
I want to point out that not only is this evil, it's lazy and it's moronic and it's low IQ. The reason that you're starting to hear this violent rhetoric more and more out of the right is because they don't have anything to say. They don't understand what's going on. When they voted for Trump, they're like, he's going to expose the deep state. They're going to take down Biden. And then nothing's happening. All these things you thought were going to happen aren't happening. So you're left with one of two options. You can be like, maybe I was wrong, which none of you are going to do. Or you can start saying, well, since I'm not right and nobody's proving that I'm right, we should just probably kill everybody who disagrees with us. This is some low IQ shit here.
Hang by their neck until dead.
Altman is influential with Colorado Republican leaders and is a close ally of Peters.
Tina Peters should be out of prison right now. She should not have to serve another day there.
And she broke the fucking law. She tried to rig an election. She tried to cheat in an election. You guys keep saying that we need to have secure elections. You keep saying that we got to send all these people to prison for cheating in the 2020 election. And so far what we found is Tina Peters cheated, 2 Republicans in Arizona cheated, and there doesn't seem to be any Democrats who fucking cheated. And if you do think that they cheated, could you take them to court? Why hasn't Trump thrown them in prison? Why aren't you guys in court right now? Why aren't there any charges? I swear to Christ, you all can't be this fucking dumb. You all can't be this fucking dumb. Why is he not doing it? Oh, well, he can't. He can't do. Oh, he's got the courts. He's got Congress. He's got the presidency. He's got red state governors that are willing to just like redistrict their whole fucking state because he says to. Republicans will do anything that Donald Trump tells them to do, and you still can't put somebody in jail? You still can't do it? Wake the fuck up. How much longer are you willing to look like absolute fucking dipshits for this man? Oh, forever. Yeah, forever. We're just going to keep doing it. This is why Charlie Kirk died. Maybe they are this dumb. You might be right about that. Look, I think low IQ is, I think that people who are resort to violent over political things, I do really think it's like a low IQ / EQ problem. But people's inability to do research and to find truth and not be completely overrun by their emotions, I do think that like this type of violence, because this guy's probably not really violent, right? He's just some bitch behind a microphone threatening violence. I don't think he's really going to do anything. He's talking tough here because he doesn't have anything to say. How are you going to defend Tina Peters? Well, she was on our side, so she should just come out of jail. I disagree. You disagree with me? You think they can be that dumb? You might be right.
You know what it's going to take? I think it's going to take somebody doing something very drastic, a group of people doing something drastic to let them know that they don't have any peace.
Governor Polis has been silent.
Yeah. We can't have peace because Tina Peters is in jail? You guys got to start killing Democrats because Tina Peters is in jail? What the fuck do you care about Tina Peters for? Problem is that everything that you have believed since the 2020 election isn't true. And if you were just like, if you were honest at all, you would admit that. But this is just maybe a pride thing. How long before you're willing to admit you just all got duped? This guy's just out here bilking our country for hundreds of millions of dollars. He's selling out our farmers. He's selling out our education. He's selling out our future. He's selling out you. How much longer? I think some of you would literally just like be on the streets. Trump could just declare martial law and take over the country and be a dictator for the next however much longer you are alive, and you would die still being like, it was actually Joe Biden's fault. I know Republicans ended democracy and now they're running the entire country. And I know it's been 40 years of that, but it's still Joe Biden's fault. It's really like sadly pathetic. Is Big Boat here? Big Boat, like, I don't even understand you, Big Boat. Like, you're smart enough to get this. There's some people I'll name names because I think I have at least a relatively good relationship with them. But like, Big Boat, you're too smart for this. I think some of you are going to get mad that I say this. Like, Hoodie's too smart for this. I don't know what you guys are doing. I don't know what you're getting out of this. You're too smart to fall for dumb shit like this.
To our questions about whether he'll turn Peters over to her friends in the Trump administration, 1 year into her 9-year sentence for tampering with election systems.
His silence is deafening, and it's also offensive. It's deeply offensive to county clerks. It's deeply offensive.
Listen, I know people don't think Hoodie's smart, but I've had some pretty like complex economic discussions with Hoodie, and he understands economics, at least like the principles of what we're talking about, better than like most people I debate. I don't know if he's smart on everything, but I've talked to him about economics, and he knows enough about economics that he knows enough to know that what Donald Trump's doing isn't going to work. You can go back and you can watch those debates, and he'll concede, and then he's like, well, maybe it will work. I think it's just hope. And I do agree with you. He is attention seeking. Maybe he's just doing it for attention. I don't know. But he's too smart to believe it. That's all I do know, is that he understands this stuff well enough to know that it's not working.
To the Republicans and Democrats who serve as election judges and actually...
Is he pretty bad on religion? I haven't seen.
...implement these elections.
Molly Fitzpatrick is the Democratic clerk in Polis's Boulder County. Haley Johnson is the Republican clerk from Jackson County, who tearfully pleaded with Polis to keep Peters in prison.
If you transfer Tina Peters to federal custody...
Give you some dirt on Trump? 30-plus women accused him of sexual assault. He's the only president in history to be held civilly liable or liable at all for sexual abuse. He's a 34-time felon. Every business he's ever started has went under. Every one. He's the most named person in the Epstein files. He ran 2 pump and dump schemes during this administration. He's currently running multiple Ponzi schemes. If it doesn't matter, like, you don't care about that stuff. Yeah, well, he says mean things about the libs, so we like him. I could go all day on Donald Trump. Donald Trump's the most corrupt politician that we've ever had, and it's not fucking close. If you took every president combined and adjusted for inflation, not every president combined has not made more off their presidency than Donald Trump in just this year. In 1 year. And those people all made their money off the presidency after by selling books and going on speaking tours. And some of them like working with corporations and lobbyists. But this guy, like, during his term, has made more money than all of them combined, whether it's during or after their term. And it's not close. It's like 10x. What do I think Ilhan did? She didn't run 2 pump and dump schemes. She's not openly taking bribes from the people who fund terrorists. She didn't sell pardons for millions of dollars. I know she didn't do that. Yeah, there you go. He pushed the rest of his family out of his father's will by putting it in LLCs. He stole from his family. He can't operate a charity in New York City because he ran a charity for veterans and then he just stole that money How about that? How about Steve Bannon? Remember when Steve Bannon bilked all you idiots for millions, hundreds of millions of dollars because you were going to build the wall for yourself, and then they just kept all that money? He just let his friends steal from all of you, and then he pardoned them. Remember that? This is why we say, like, I don't even really know why why we would even debate anymore. I don't know what there is to debate with you. Everything he's done, you'll just be like, oh, somebody else did. Do you notice how many names you guys have to use? Like, in talking about Trump, we bring it up and you're like, well, what about Ilhan Omar? Well, what about Joe Biden? What about Bill Clinton? What about Obama? You have to name, like, somebody. And it's never the same person. Donald Trump by himself, one-on-one, you are taking the entirety of the Democratic Party going back 30 years, and you still can't come up with as much dirt as Donald Trump has done in this term, in 11 months. Let's go head-to-head on that. What did Obama do? Well, he wrote a book after. Oh, no. Pelosi, not even fucking close. Also, you can't spell Pelosi. She hasn't made any, like, Nancy Pelosi has made one, oh, geez, what is the number even? I think it's like, if you look at her net worth, it's like, what is it? Somebody's going to have to help me with math here. What's Nancy Pelosi's net worth? Let me look here. $275 million. Trump conservatively has made $3 billion in this term. What's the percentage of that? Somebody tell me what multiple of 275 gets you to $3 billion? Like Trump did that in one day with a crypto pump and dump. And what Pelosi did isn't like, it's bad. It's not even illegal. What Trump did is actually illegal, but he runs the DOJ, so they're just not going to investigate him. Yeah, every president we've had is a war criminal. See what you're doing now? Yeah, now you don't care. You guys all, Pelosi's the worst. Trump's way worse. Yeah, but nobody cares. Yeah, we know. Anybody do the math on that? What's the multiple? It's less than 1%? Okay, thank you. Yeah, I guess that's true. 270. Yeah, less than 1%. Crazy. But she's the bad one.
You are making a statement that elected officials are above the law. This is a very dangerous precedent. I urge you, Governor Polis, stand with Colorado County clerks.
Late this afternoon, the governor's office told us he would meet with those election clerks. Today, the State Department of Corrections fulfilled our open records request to see the Fed's letter asking to take custody of Tina Peters. Much of that letter was redacted. It was blacked out. The state told us...
9%. Sorry, thank you. Not 1%, less than 1%. 275 million is 9.166% of $3 billion.
It was not in the public interest for you to see it. Tina Peters.
It's getting alarming. I forgot about you guys while I was in Mexico. It's like my brain just protected itself and forgot how insane some of you guys are and what you'll actually defend. All right. Let's get to this because this story came out. The prosecution of Donald Trump and I think 13 other people in Fulton County, Georgia, has been not dismissed by a judge. It was dropped by the prosecutor. The story coming out of ABC this morning, the Fulton County, Georgia election interference case against Trump and others has been dismissed after the prosecutor who took over the case requested that it be dropped. In my professional judgment, the citizens of Georgia are not served by pursuing this case in full for another 5 to 10 years. Within minutes of scandalocuses, court filing the judge overseeing the case granted the request and dismissed it. This case is hereby dismissed in its entirety, wrote Fulton County Judge Scott McAfee, who I think is a really good judge, who earlier this month had scheduled a December 1st status pretrial hearing in the case. Trump and 18 others pled not guilty in August 2023 to all charges in a sweeping racketeering indictment for alleged efforts to overturn the results of the 2020 presidential election in the state of Georgia. I just want to point out here that they didn't drop this case because there was no case. He said it doesn't benefit the people of Georgia to get this to have this go on for another 5 to 10 years. There were also going to be there's at least, in fact, Ellie Honig, I don't think I put it on here, but Ellie Honig probably explains this a little better than me. Let me see if I have this clip. Yeah, right here. It's probably a better explanation than I can give you guys.
Ellie, what do you make of that rationale from this prosecutor who's dropping the case?
So, Pam, this motion by the prosecutor, Skandalakis, is not a partisan screed. You would not read this and say, oh, this guy loves Trump, this guy hates Trump. It's a sort of careful dissection of the evidence, not through the lens of was Trump's conduct good or bad, but was there a supportable criminal case here? Now, this prosecutor tends to lean towards no. He gives, I think, a fairly honest airing of the evidence either way. But the bottom line reasons for the dismissal here, first of all, the prosecutor says, look, this is just not an appropriate case to be charged.
Jake, shut up. This is why I have a problem with you, Jake, and the people like you. They're explaining why this court, or why this got dismissed, why it got dropped. And you can't even take what the prosecutor said and what the judge said. You just say you got caught burning down the country to get the orange man. Do you see how hysterical and emotional you are? Nothing can ever just be as it is. Everything to you is hyperbole. All of you. You all have like the worst cases of Trump derangement syndrome I've ever seen. If we want to talk about this case openly and honestly, Trump was going to lose this case. And instead of taking this case to court, what they did is they concocted this narrative that Fani Willis hired her boyfriend. And so therefore she was conflicted because she didn't like Trump. And so she got thrown off the case. And she got death threats, and her ex-boyfriend got death threats, and her family got death threats. And she was like the third choice because the two people they went to before her said, there's no fucking way I'm taking this case, because if you take a case against Trump, your life is in danger. And so one of the things that they cite in this dismissal is that Pete, whatever his name is, Skandalakis, said, I couldn't find anybody to prosecute this case. We couldn't find anybody to prosecute it. Everybody's afraid to prosecute this because of what they will do. But fine, if you think that this was an unfair case, well, then how do you explain what's the lady in Florida's name? Eileen Cannon. Not one of you had a problem with a Trump-appointed judge who got her decisions overturned multiple times, being assigned to his case. It's fine. If you think that a prosecutor should not have animosity towards the person they're prosecuting, and that in and of itself means that they can't prosecute the case, fine. But can you hold that across the board? Can one of you guys just one fucking time take a principle that you claim you have and apply that to the other side? Could you ever do that? Are you capable of doing that? Because I don't think you are.
At the state level, it should have been charged only federally, only in D.C. It was charged.
Democrats for maps. Nah, man. We don't like red states. Maps. Didn't Trump's spiritual advisor just go down? How come every time? Let's see. Let's see. And sentenced child abuse. Just look at the pictures here. Let's just look at the news here. Man sentenced for child sexual abuse. Michigan man. Oh, white guy. Dubuque man. Oh, white guy. Redmond man. White guy. Dubuque man. Beaver, Washington. These are all rural areas. Weird. Provo man. How many more of your people? Like, you have multiple members in your party. You guys have Matt Gaetz. None of you even cared about Matt Gaetz. Matt Gaetz multiple times had sex with a 17-year-old after he drugged her. It's the Democrats. Trump's advisor just got picked up, not sentenced yet, right? The spiritual advisor? No, I think he was sentenced. I think he got. I think he pled guilty. Robert Morris, I think was his name. Robert Morris. Is that his name? Did I get the name right? You guys have that? Pled guilty to child sex abuse, yeah. And I think he got 6 months, which is fucking crazy. What were the exact pleas? Yeah. I mean, Trump did. Trump's also this guy. You guys don't get to say that. Anyways, back to Ellie Honig.
Federally only in D.C.
Getting distracted
It
today.
was charged only federally and only in well, not only, but it was charged federally and in D.C. And then this case in Georgia essentially was a pile on. There are constitutional questions. There were at the time about whether it was appropriate for a state prosecutor to bring the case. And then, Pam, above all else, regardless of this prosecutor's view on the evidence, which again I think is fairly mixed, there's just the practical and
Case was a Democrat when he did it. Yeah. It was at a party. It was a Republican party. He's like, guys, before I do this, though, I'm a Democrat.
Constitutional issue. There is no possible way.
Epstein was, Nicole, let's talk about it. Epstein was messaging top Democrat officials to try to block Trump. Be honest. He was also messaging top Republican officials, including people in Trump's cabinet. Are we going to ignore Brett Kavanaugh? Are we going to, or excuse me, I just read Brett Kavanaugh. That's twice today. I've read something I didn't mean to say. Steve Bannon? Are we going to ignore those messages? Steve Bannon was in Trump's cabinet at the time. No, we don't talk about that.
Under our Constitution as it exists, to have a trial, a criminal prosecution and trial of the sitting president, especially by a county level prosecutor like this, like Fani Willis was, like Skandalakis is. Imagine if you could do that. Imagine if some Republican or Democratic DA in name your county that happened to be the opposite party of the president could just indict and try the sitting president. It would be chaos. And this prosecutor recognizes that, and that's why he says we can't move forward today. And I know there are some folks saying, well, why not when Trump leaves office in January of 2029? And this prosecutor sort of dismisses that. He said it's going to be way too far after the conduct. We're going to have statute of limitations problems. It's over. People need to accept that.
All right. So that's why I started out. Renee said, I read a book recently on teenage cell phone usage. I cannot stress this enough, but if you can read Anxious Generation, I highly recommend it for parents. Anxious Generation. Thank you. Amy said, Hoodie just wants to be able to argue with smart people so he can't be on our side. He'd have no one to argue with. I have found that to be the case. I think one of the hardest things about being MAGA certainly would be that if you are smart, you have to be dishonest if you're going to stay there. Thank you, Marianne, for the super chat. Let me update this real quick. Somebody said, why 320 or 332? It's 350, and then we do the countdown. Thanks there. You might be right about that. Even the smartest MAGA people that I find, I've mentioned them before. You guys know who I think are the smartest MAGA people that I've debated. But even then, they'll get stuck in an argument, and it's like, I agree to disagree. Because you get to a point with MAGA and with Trump that you either have to say agree to disagree or admit that Donald Trump is a criminal and a con man. And if you say that, you're done. The cool thing about being on the left is there's not anybody I can't criticize. You can criticize Joe Biden. It's fine. You can criticize Bernie Sanders, AOC. You can criticize anybody over here. And I've never lost anybody in the audience that I know of for criticizing somebody on the left. Now, some people disagree with me. Some people think that the criticism's unfair, and sometimes it is unfair. But you cannot criticize Donald Trump over on the right, or you are cooked. You're done. Listen, I don't criticize Bernie. I've probably criticized Bernie before. I don't know. He's a hard guy to criticize. He's really careful with what he says. Let's see. I want to show. I'm going to get into. We haven't covered that Minnesota welfare fraud case, and Abner gave me some shit about that, saying that nobody on the left was covering it. That might be true. I have no idea. But then I was like, well, I'll cover it then. But I want to play this clip first. This is his name's Nate Morris. He's the GOP Senate candidate in Kentucky. He's the one that's running against what's her name? Is it Amy? Amy Benn? Is that her name? Is it Amy? What is her name? Afton Benn. I think that's who's running against him, right? That's who this is. I want you to listen to what he says here, because the one thing I can at least appreciate currently about Republicans is that they have taken the mask off, and they're all saying what they've been saying all along, but they used to kind of sugarcoat it, and now they're saying it. And I do want to get into this because it's been a bit alarming for me, and I think for a lot of you who accuse me of seeing Republicans through rose-colored glasses. I think a lot of you probably feel vindicated, but it's been alarming for me to watch just like the blanket racism and bigotry and xenophobia. And here he is at a Republican. I think that says, is it Boyo? B-O-Y? I don't know what county that is. Some county Republicans. And it's just mask off. They're just going to tell you why they're afraid Democrats will win. Did I say Kentucky? Tennessee. Wait, he's running in Kentucky, so this might not be the person running against Ben. I'm pretty sure Nate Morris is running in Kentucky. Let me double check this real quick. Yeah, Kentucky. Oh, he's going for Mitch McConnell's seat. That's right. Okay. Thank you.
No one in our delegation is standing up with President Trump to get rid of the filibuster. Why do we need to get rid of the filibuster? Because we got one shot, folks, to jam his agenda, to get it through. Because we know the moment the Democrats get back power, they're going to make D.C., Puerto Rico a state. They're going to naturalize all these illegals and try to turn our country completely blue. I mean, let's remember, Richard Nixon.
Yeah, racism's not the same as xenophobia. They are doing both.
Ronald Reagan, what state did they come from? They came from California. What's different about California? It's their immigration policy.
How come throughout history, conservatives in this country, every election I've been a part of, going backwards, there's always one party who is saying, we can't let everybody vote. Whatever you say about any of this, if you are a Republican, and I wish one of you guys had any courage and would come up here and have a discussion with me. But how come your whole party's like biggest fear is that more people will vote, or that it will be easy to vote? It seems like an admission that you know your party, that your ideas fucking suck. Why would you be the only reason any of you are opposed to DC and Puerto Rico becoming states is because you know that those are two senators that you won't get. Now, what you could do is you could have a better message, but you won't change your message, and you know that you will lose. Everything about this, Puerto Rico, DC becomes a state, and then people who are undocumented here might get amnesty. And oh no, all of these people are going to vote. Well, I've been dealing with you guys telling me that like, oh, the Hispanic vote swung towards Trump, and it's going to swing even bigger this time. I understand you don't want voter fraud. You guys are the ones doing the fucking voter fraud, Nicole. You're the only ones that have been caught doing voter fraud. I can't stress this enough. I'm getting frustrated. I'm going to cool down. Your leaders keep telling you about voter fraud and that Democrats are doing voter fraud, and then they never prove any of it. They lose every court case when it comes to voter fraud. And then Republicans get convicted of voter fraud, and then you guys go, see, the system is so fraudulent that the people who aren't doing the voter fraud are the ones who are being convicted of voter fraud. If you don't want voter fraud, do face scans. Let everybody vote from their phone with facial recognition. It is much harder to scam facial recognition than it is to get somebody to drop off a ballot, get somebody to make a fake ID. These people that work at elections, they're volunteers. Every single year, there's voter fraud. It's on a small scale. Every single year, there's people or every election, somebody gets busted trying to cheat. It's never consequential. It never determines the outcomes. Now, those who are following the Election Truth Alliance might disagree with me. But wake the fuck up. Google man or woman arrested for voter fraud and tell me what party they're a member of. Should we see? Go to news. All right, let's see. Who's Chris Kobach? I have to do some extra here. Kobach. First one that comes up is Keith Kobach. He is the Attorney General for the Republican Party in Kansas. Kansas mayor charged with alleged voter fraud. State leader said hundreds of more cases expected. 5 charges following investigation of handling of absentee ballots in 2023. Idaho voter fraud investigations lead to 8 arrests. Republicans. I don't know who this is. 2 sentenced to prison for Milborn. It's in Delaware. I see a party here. There we go. There's a city council. Oh, wait, no, lost. Losing to lost the Democratic primary. Oh, so this is somebody who tried to cheat in the Democratic primary and still lost anyways. All right. There's one. This one might be Democrats. Let's see. This is what year is this from? 2025. Talia Hardeen and Valerie Carter charged with multiple absentee voting violations. They're accused of engaging in illegal. Oh, this is the one that they deny. We don't have a charge yet here. In Alabama. Convicted. That's what we need to look at, not arrested. This is just getting a bunch of people. A lot of these ones, nobody was convicted. All right, so Tina Peters. Elizabeth Davis of Castle Rock. What party is she from? I don't see a party on this one. Oh, this is she voted with her ex-husband and son, so 2 votes. You guys can find that one if you want. Tina Peters again, Kim Taylor. Who's Kim Taylor? These are crazy. These are literally like people who voted for like twice Republican on that one too. All right, so all of the people that were guilty so far that I found are Republicans. It's just the court's biased against Democrats. That's why. The fact that it's all Republicans makes me believe even more that it's actually Democrats. Nicole by me. Oh, there's a. All right. Let me go back here. Just a little further.
What state did they come from? They came from California. What's different about California? It's their immigration policy. So we've never had a Republican come out of there since. Folks, these are tough times, crucial times. And that's why we got to get rid of the filibuster. We got to end it. So Trump can get what he needs to get done, what he has the political capital to do. He carried the state by 30 points. He has a historic mandate to do this. And we got people in this room that will not say that. They're too afraid to say that.
Why are you guys so afraid of people having rights? If we're being honest, that's what the Republican Party is. You want you guys to have lots of rights and people who disagree with you to not have rights. Am I debating tonight? We could debate tonight. I could do that tonight. I'm kid free until Sunday. Yeah, I could debate tonight. All right, let's get to this story though, because you're going to see Republicans talk about this in their lives, and I do think that there was a story here. So this was from November 19th. So there's some updates here. I understand that there's updates, but I want to give the whole story here. So I'm going to read the first story, and then we'll get to the updates here. But Minnesota's drowning in fraud. This was from City Journal. I have no idea who these people are. I'm assuming this is a Republican who wrote this. That's why I chose it. Billions in taxpayer dollars have been stolen during the administration of Governor Tim Walz alone. Democratic state officials overseeing one of the most generous welfare regimes in the country are asleep at the switch, and the media, duty-bound by progressive pieties, refuse to connect the dots. If we were to, I'm going to hop down here. If you were to design a welfare program to facilitate fraud, it would probably look a lot like Minnesota's Medicaid Housing Stabilization Services Program. The HSS program, the first of its kind in the country, was launched with a noble goal to help seniors, addicts, the disabled, and the mentally ill secure housing. Oh, no. It was designed with low barriers to entry and minimal requirements for reimbursement. Nonetheless, before the program went live in 2020, officials pegged its annual estimated price tag at $2.6 million. Costs quickly spiraled out of control. In 2021, the program paid out $21 million in claims. The following year, it went to 42, then 74, then $104 million. During the first 6 months of 2025, the payouts totaled $61 million. So we're saying it's on pace for $122 million there. On September 18th, Joe Thompson announced criminal indictments for HHS fraud against Mokhtar Hassan Aden, Mustafa Daib Ali, Khalid Ahmed Daib, Difta, Mohammed, Christopher Adesoji Falade, Emmanuel Olawad Falade, this is tough, Assad Ahmed Ado, and Anwar Ahmed Ado, 6 of whom, according to a U.S. Attorney's spokesperson, are members of Minnesota's Somali community. Now, this set off what's probably going on in the chat right now, is people saying, Somalis. Oh, no, Somalis. Thompson made clear that this is the first round of charges for HSS fraud that this office will be prosecuting. You can read this entire thing. I'm not going to read the whole thing. Here's basically what they said. They said that these people were getting fraudulent benefits. They were going to parents and they were saying, even without a diagnosis, we'll get you some payment here. They went to court. They lost. They were convicted. But then, just what day was this? This was on November 25th.
Company Promise Health out of a mail. At the August trial for Abdi Fattah Yusuf, the jury heard evidence that he ran his home health care company Promise Health out of a mailbox at a Central Avenue address where multiple other home health care companies were supposedly located. Yusuf and his wife Lol Ahmed were charged with stealing $7.2 million of taxpayer money through Medicaid overbilling in a personal care assistant or PCA scam. The couple allegedly spent tens of thousands of the fraud money on luxury items for themselves. Despite the jury swiftly convicting Yusuf, Judge Sarah West last week decided they got it wrong.
It's reversing or overturning a jury's verdict.
Defense attorney Joe Tamburino, who's not affiliated with this case, reviewed the decision and analyzed it for KARE 11 News. He says Judge West ruled that the state's case relied heavily on circumstantial evidence and that she believed the state did not rule out other reasonable inferences.
That, in fact, there could have been other reasonable theories other than guilt in this case. That's what it comes down to.
Despite the ruling, even Judge West wrote that she is troubled by the manner in which fraud was able to be perpetuated at Promise Health.
I was stunned.
State Representative Kristen Robbins, chair of the House Fraud Prevention and State Oversight Committee, says she's now reviewing if any state laws need to be tightened.
We want to strengthen state law so that we can get prosecutions out of these cases, because clearly a jury thought he was guilty.
Jurors in the case can't believe the decision.
I am shocked. I'm shocked based off of all of the evidence that was presented to us.
I don't know why. See, this is the problem with you guys. Another radical leftist judge. No, what the judge said, the judge didn't even say that they weren't guilty. What the judge said is that the case wasn't very good. Because you have to be convicted beyond a reasonable doubt. She said there was plenty of reasonable explanations for why they did this, and you can go read her decision. I believe that they can be retried. I think. I'm not sure.
And the obvious guilt that we saw based off of the said evidence, it was not a difficult decision whatsoever. The deliberation took probably 4 hours at most. Based off of the state's evidence that was presented, I was beyond a reasonable doubt.
The attorney for Mr. Yusuf, Ian Burrell, sent me a statement today that says, in part, Judge West's ruling affirms what we have maintained from the beginning, that our client, Mr. Yusuf, was wrongfully accused and did not commit fraud or racketeering. The Attorney General's office filed an appeal this afternoon, so the Minnesota Court of Appeals will take a second look at this decision. Julie.
So, Lou, did Mr. Tamburino, did he have any kind of emotional reaction? And this is pretty stunning. This does not happen.
Yeah, he leaned towards the idea that this was kind of a one-off and that it would have a good chance at appeal. But the worry is that there's so many other cases just like it where somebody's in the exact same position as Mr. Yusuf but is charged with fraud. And if the judge can determine that maybe they didn't know that the fraud was going on underneath them in the case, then other judges could throw it out just like this one.
All right. Do you know how quickly the Court of Appeals would take this up? Any idea?
Probably months.
All right.
All right. So I'm not even trying to say here that this wasn't, that this didn't happen or that they didn't commit fraud. The evidence I saw doesn't look good. I'm just going to be honest here. But what the right did with this is they turned it into a cry for getting rid of all Somalians, all of them. And they turned it into a race thing. And I've got questions about that. Because if we're doing that, if that's the way, if that's what you're saying, if you're saying, hey, we have these people, these immigrants that come here, this group of people, they come from Somalia, this is what they do, is they do fraud, then if you are a white guy, I've got bad news for you. Because if you think this was bad, what was this, $7 million, something like that? There's a guy that you elected to the Senate. His name's Rick Scott. Once lauded for building Columbia HCA into the largest healthcare company in the world, Mr. Scott was ousted by his own board of directors in '97 amid the nation's biggest healthcare fraud scandal. The company's guilty plea and payment of $1.7 billion to settle charges, including the overbilling of state and federal health programs, was taken as a repudiation of Mr. Scott's relentless bottom-line approach. So I don't know how you want to quantify Rick Scott. Do we get rid of all white dudes? That sucks for me. How about all Floridians? How about all Floridian members of Congress? What do you mean still a senator? He was a senator after this. After he did all of this, Florida said, let's fucking do it, dude. Get out there. This is the same guy who won't, his argument on the Senate floor to not ban stock trading was, do you guys want to be poor? I don't want to be poor. That's his net worth, $505.41 million. You notice here, a lot of money on the right. Those are the 4 richest people in Congress, by the way. Republican, 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 Republican. Because you can cheat, you can steal. As long as you're a white dude, Republicans don't give a fuck. Cool, huh? That guy that built an arena at his daughter's college, Brett Favre. Yeah. Let me read a couple of these comments. Then it looks like we have some breaking news too. It doesn't look good. Amy Lynn said, Dems do it. They're just too smart to get caught. Leanne said, glad you enjoyed many sunrises while in Mexico. I'm a sunset girly. Well, you can't really see the sunset there where I was. So sunrise was where the beach was. It's like the other side. It's kind of hard to see. Afton Bain. It's pronounced Bain, B-A-Y-N-E. She's awesome. Popcorn. Thank you for sending your 10% tithing. Marianne as well. Just a reminder, guys, we are crowdfunded. I'm going to update the gift goal here in a minute, but we do rely on your generosity in order to pay our bills, in order for Jen not to quit and to not beat me. So anything you could do to help us knock out that gift goal whenever we end this live stream today would be greatly appreciated. Jen's going to guilt trip the fuck out of you in the chat until then. But I wanted to pull this up because this doesn't look good. Looks like there were 2 National Guardsmen shot in D.C. Let me see if I can find a live stream of this. Where's my live option? Oh, there it is.
On those 2 National Guard members' conditions. What we do know is the president and first lady not at home. There were reports of a possible active shooter. We have not confirmed that. We have also not heard whether there have been any other injuries at this point. But as you can see, there is a heavy police presence. We've also seen pictures from people in the area of 17th and K Streets. That's near Farragut Park, where the metro lines run, also where Connecticut Avenue, just south of DuPont Circle.
So shout out to Dolphin, Jen, Megan, Electric, and Lou for being the top viewers on TikTok. Thank you guys over there.
Transit on the scene. So a lot of agencies out in response to this shooting investigation so far.
And right now, Metro Transit Police is saying that they're on scene at
uniform?
Farragut West. They're investigating the reported shooting outside the station. So they're asking, avoid Farragut West if you can. And right now we have a Fox 5 crew on the scene. We're trying to get live pictures from the ground, but right now you're looking at Sky Fox live video from above the area of 17th and I, just blocks away from the White House in Northwest D.C., where if you're just now joining us here at the top of the hour, we are learning.
I obviously can't show this. I mean, if this... It looks like they were in uniform. Whoever's saying that, somebody said not in uniform, but if these pictures are correct, they appear to be in uniform.
Police presence, Secret Service, Metropolitan Police Department, Metro Transit Police are all on scene right now on
I'm seeing, well, I mean, I can blur, it's blurred, so I can show it actually, probably. Let me see. Let me get the one that's blurred. This is the photo I'm seeing. I'm assuming, I don't have confirmation this is real. I think, is that Secret Service right there? This is the picture that I'm seeing. There's a non-blurred version too, but I don't think I can show that. So it looks like they were in uniform. Whoever said that, I don't know if that's true. Again, I don't know if that's a real
This
picture.
very active investigation is underway right now.
So if your Thanksgiving travel plans take you through the heart of the city, or you are just planning on going home, there are road closures. The 500 to 900 blocks of 17th Street from New York Avenue to K Street Northwest, 800 block of Connecticut Avenue from H Street to I Street Northwest. So this is south of DuPont Circle at this point. The 1600 and 1700 blocks of K Street from 18th Street to 16th Street Northwest.
Dude, this is what's crazy though. Like, it's already, it's just already Republicans all over the place blaming Democrats for this. Maybe it is, maybe it's not, but like, it's sick. And some of these, I think, like, they may just be those foreign accounts trying to drive division, but it's already starting. It's already blame the Democrats for this.
100 to 1700 blocks of I Street from 18th Street to 15th Street Northwest, and the 16 and 1700 blocks of H Street from 18th Street to Connecticut Avenue Northwest. Of course, we also imagine there could be some impact to Metro, since there are 2 Metro stops so close to where this.
I'm not seeing that they got him.
Underway.
And right now, the White House is releasing a statement. Caroline Leavitt, White House press secretary, saying that the White House is aware and actively monitoring this tragic situation.
Everything I'm seeing says shooter's still at large.
Briefed. Again, if you're just now joining us here at the top of the hour, we're learning 2 National Guard members have been shot in D.C. This is just a couple of blocks away from the White House. You're looking at live pictures from Sky Fox overhead of 17th and I Streets Northwest.
Seeing the update.
As we are learning, 2 National Guard members have been shot. We do not know their condition at this hour. We do not know if there are any other injuries, but you can see dozens of emergency vehicles, first responders on scene, MPD, Secret Service, Metro Transit Police are all in the area right now. Metro Transit saying to avoid Farragut West as a stop if you can. And again, all of those streets near 17th and I We are trying to get
CNN says shooter in
DC
custody.
Police Department tweeted out 4 minutes ago, the scene is secured. One suspect is in custody.
I sent you a link that
They
someone put in our
encouraging people to avoid the area.
news
4
chat
minutes
that
ago, the DC Police
someone was in
Department
custody.
did say that the scene is secured.
Okay, that's what
and one
literally that's what they
suspect
just said there.
is-
Scene secure, suspect in custody. All right. Well, Jen, will you just keep an eye on that? See if we get any information on who the suspect is. You get any more details on that?
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you.
Kentucky. And so we have seen them.
Chad, I'll let you.
We do have
I'll
our
let you
Julie
guys-
Donaldson.
Do you guys want to keep watching the live coverage? Do you want to move on to the other news stories? I don't want to be insensitive here. Also want to. I don't know what you guys want to watch. I'll let you make that decision. Yeah, I'm with you, R. Baron. Move on. Okay, got it. We'll move on. If we get any updates, we'll jump to that. Thanks, guys. Illusion said so. This would justify martial law now for DJT. Yeah, look, I don't want to pile on in the middle of this, but I do think that had this been, I mean, every time something like this happens, the first thought, unfortunately, in this country is, are they going to use this as a reason to like take people's rights? That's most of the time like the biggest fear. Burn Medic said for a virtual uncomfortable hug for Jen. Jocelyn said, Minnesota is under scrutiny. The nonprofit I work for and several others are going through an extra 90 days before PMT is sent out. Makes sense. Yeah, they're coming after you guys. All right, let me find what story we're at. Let's go to here. This is some good news. Potentially. Supreme Court blocks order that found Texas congressional map is likely racially biased. So the Supreme Court on Friday temporarily blocked a lower court ruling that found Texas's 2026 congressional redistricting plan pushed by President Trump likely discriminates on the basis of race. The order signed by Alito will remain in place at least for the next few days while the court considers whether to allow the new map favorable to Republicans to be used in midterm elections. The court's conservative majority has blocked similar lower court rulings because they have come too close to elections. The order came about an hour after the state called on the high court to intervene to avoid confusion as congressional primary elections approach in March. The justices have blocked past lower court rulings in congressional redistricting cases, most recently in Alabama and Louisiana, that came several months before elections. The order was signed by Alito because he is the justice who handles emergency appeals from Texas. So we'll see on that. If that ruling eventually holds, Texas could be forced to hold elections next year using the map drawn by the GOP-controlled legislature in 2021 based on the 2020 census. From everything I'm reading, it sounds like that's likely what's going to happen. This was too close. And this is good news for Democrats and bad news for Americans. This sucks. It absolutely sucks that this action by Texas caused a bunch of other states to take similar actions. And like in California, if you're watching the show and you're in California, most likely you're on the left, you might be on the right. I have empathy for those of you on the right in California who lost some representation that isn't backed up by the census. And that sucks. But it's also reality, and I wanted to look at that. I'm going to skip down here to 22. Democrats, unless Texas is allowed to use this map, which would be shocking, Democrats have won this battle. And I don't know that that's being talked about very much. But if you look here, this was from Democracy Docket. And if you look at the current state of the redistricting battles, you can see here in California, because it was voted on, it's going to stand. It won't be shut down. The Department of Justice has already lost like 6 or 7 lawsuits on this. They're going to lose. And that took California from 43-9 with 9 Republican districts to 48-4. So they picked up 5 seats there. So that's plus 5 now for Democrats, and we'll do the math here. In Utah, it went from 4-0 to 3-1, so that's plus 6 now for Democrats. Texas here, if it plays out, it's going to stay the same, so no pickup there. Florida, it doesn't look like the litigation status there is that the Select Committee on Congressional Redistricting will meet for the first time on December 4th to discuss a mid-decade redraw, but it doesn't look like they're going to be able to do that before the election, so no change there in Florida. So we're at +6 for Democrats. In Missouri, that's going to stand, it looks like, and that went from 6-2 Republican to 7-1, so that leaves Democrats at +5. Indiana, they've rejected that. Nothing going to happen in Indiana. Ohio went from 10-5 to 12-3. So they picked up 2. So that leaves Democrats at +3. And then over here in North Carolina, they picked up 1. That leaves Democrats at +2. So that's where we're at on redistricting. This big push by Republicans, they were unable to accomplish it. And by Texas doing what they did, Republicans, you actually lost 2 seats. And you may lose more seats than that. And this is what I want to talk about. I don't think it's too soon to talk about the midterms. I want to say this real quick, though. I'm going to show you some stuff that's probably going to look good to you if you're a Democrat. And I want to say a lot of things can change. Potentially, parts of our economy could change, and Donald Trump's approval rating could go up. It just doesn't mean that you should coast. It doesn't mean that you shouldn't go volunteer. But I wanted to go through the maps for the 2028 election coming up. So here's where it stands now. These are all of the Senate seats that are up for re-election. And everything in blue or red is basically settled. We've decided these are settled. These are safe races, so we're not going to cover any of those. California isn't gerrymandered. We legally voted. You did legally vote, but you legally voted to gerrymander. Right? Like, you did vote for it, and it was in response to Texas. It was bad. You have the right to do it, but it's still, I mean, gerrymandering is legal, but we did do that. So I want to go through all of these races that are in the tan and see where we're at. So with this map right here, this leaves Democrats at 44, Republicans at 47, with essentially 9 open seats. And where's this lean and a lean blue? That one was supposed to be blue. So 44 to 47 with 9 open seats. We're going to start in Nebraska. Nebraska, you have Pete Ricketts. He's running in a pretty pro-Trump. Shit, do I have this still? Go here. Let me pull this up. I think I closed the window. Historically, like a pretty red district. But if you know anything about Nebraska in the last little bit, they have kind of openly rejected Trump. They've openly rejected the attacks on women's right to choose. And let me pull up this. Let me shut the fuck up for a second and pull this up. There we go. Let's look at Nebraska. Sorry, this link broke. All right, is this it? CPR report? No, that's not it. Sorry, guys, my link broke, and I've got to find a different one now. All right. Well, this one's back to 2026 or earlier this year in April. It looks about the same, but the one benefit that we've got here is that Pete Ricketts is running not against a Democrat, but an independent in Dan Osborne, who was pretty close in what did he run for? Did he run for their other Senate seat? This is a toss-up. It's 45-46. Osborne down 1 point, but the survey's percentage margin of error is 4.6. Now, if history holds, then we know that in a midterm with an incumbent, that this is most likely you're going to see a blue advantage. So we're going to give this one to Democrats in Nebraska, which is a huge, huge pickup. And we're going to go to Iowa, where Joni Ernst is retiring. Where did my map go? There we go. Let me pull up Joni Ernst in Iowa. My Senate. Go. God damn it. All of my links are broken. I don't know what I did. This one's hard to find. You can go to UVA. The last straw poll we had in Iowa showed it head to head, but that was with Joni Ernst. Now, Joni Ernst has been pretty unpopular. Her cuts to Medicaid, her vote for the One Big Beautiful Bill, pretty unpopular in Iowa. I think that we're going to call it a toss-up, but just historically speaking, Joni Ernst is probably going to lose, and that looks like that's going to go blue if history is any indicator. Go down to Michigan, where Gary Peters is running. He's or is he the incumbent? I can't remember. That's a blue seat. It was safe by about 2 points in Michigan. Again, with midterm math, just historically speaking, that should also go blue. If we go down to Ohio, John Husted, that's going to be close, but it's going to lean red. So we're going to say that that's going to go red for Ohio, but that one could easily switch. If we go to Maine with Susan Collins, the last I saw, it looks like that's going to go to, again, along with the midterm bump, that looks like that's going to go blue for what's-his-face, Graham Plattner. Go to New Hampshire is one of the other toss-ups. That one is lean blue, but almost likely blue. Shaheen's out rerunning. That should be blue. Where's my other ones? North Carolina, Tom Tillis. I didn't get numbers on this. I'm having a hard time finding one on North Carolina. I think this one's like kind of close. The last one I had, I go to 270 to win, had North Carolina. Shit, where is it? Go back. Where did Emerson have this at? They have, so this is Roy Cooper versus Michael Whatley. And this was as of July. That's the most recent I have. And it looks like Roy Cooper, the Democrat, has about a 6-point lead there. So go back up to the map there. That should go blue. Georgia, where John Ossoff is running. That's a toss-up right now. He has a slight lead. You should get a blue bump there. And then in Texas with John Cornyn, he's likely, you can see the shade there, like he's almost guaranteed. So we're going to say that that's red there. What we look like at the end of this is Democrats with a 51-49 win in the Senate. Nobody thought that was, we did this like 4 months ago. And it didn't look good. I think we had it almost reversed. I think maybe it was 52-48. That's good. That's good for the Democrats there. Amy said, "Hey, right, play stupid games, win stupid prizes." Tanya said, "Have a great day." Fake housewife said, "White House lockdown, 2-guard shot." Oh yeah, I've got that. Any updates on that, Jen? Shadow banned on YouTube. The number's low on YouTube today. That happens sometimes.
Not yet. But you might have missed Danielle's super chat.
There's a big difference between voter fraud and election fraud. Voter fraud isn't easy to do. Election fraud is very easy. I'd love to debate the evidence. You're saying with me, we could do that. I don't know. I'm probably gonna win because I'm gonna defer. But we should talk about that, Danielle. DM me. Let's talk about that. But you're absolutely crazy if you think that the modern day electorate is going to give power back to the Democrats. They're cooked for the next 2 election cycles. What are you talking about? Democrats have won every contested election since Trump won. Every single special election that's contested that's like a toss-up, Democrats have won 100%. Don't worry about the numbers, guys. The numbers take care of themselves. Sometimes with YouTube, it goes up and down. If we get like a bunch of people coming, I know that some people got blocked. If we have a bunch of people come in, there's something that you can do. I learned this actually from a very unpopular TikToker that some of you would probably argue isn't on the left. But one of the things that you can do if you want to shut down a live is bring a bunch of people in at once and start spamming the comments. And it looks like you're faking engagement. and so they'll not push you in the algorithm. So it happens. We go up and down all the time. We just don't worry about it. We just keep doing what we're doing. Also, I don't think today's what we're covering today is very alarming. It's not like the most popular stuff. It's a little more in depth. So I didn't think this was going to be a big show anyways. Don't worry about it. Just enjoy the show. We don't need to worry about any of that other stuff. You're using my member chat to say boo scum devils. Fuck off, Dragon Wizard. All right, and then I want to look at the House real quick. This one's a little bit more difficult, but the House is also looking pretty solid. So if we go to these 25 seats in the House, looking at, and these are just mostly guesses. Marie Perez here in Washington, 3. That should go blue. It's a lean blue. Come here to Doug LaMalfa in California, 1. Looks cooked. That's a lean blue district that a Republican won. Most of California is going to be blue with all the redistricting. That was what they did on purpose. I think there was one that, I think this might be the one. Is this the one that California 22 that includes San Bernardino? I think that's the one that's going to go red. Darrell Issa, that's lean. We'll call it red. If we go down here into AZ6, that looks like that should go blue if recent numbers hold. And then David Schweikert in AZ1 looks like it should also go blue. Both of those, AZ1 and AZ6, relied on the Trump bump. And there is a bump in Arizona when Trump is on the ballot, and Republicans really struggle when he's not. Alaska looks like that's going to lean red. New Mexico, too, that should go blue. That's a lean blue. Texas, 28, that's Cuellar's seat. That one should stay blue. Vicente Gonzalez. And these obviously are guesses, but if you have a Democrat in a midterm, then they're almost certain to win. There's just no evidence that there's energy on the right. We'll go blue there. Coming up here into Iowa, Zach Nunn. That one actually looks pretty safe. I was surprised to see that. Marianne Miller Meeks. That's a toss-up. And I believe, see if I can go Miller Meeks. That was, this is where you'll see here. This is the number, if you can see my mouse. It's 8.5 when Trump runs and 0.2 when he doesn't. I'm going to say that that's going to go blue just because of the midterm bump that you're going to get with an incumbent. Derek Van Orden, I think, is safe up here in Wisconsin, 3. If I remember right. Yeah, he's pretty safe. He won comfortably with Trump 7%, without 3%. So we're going to say that that's pretty safely red. Tom Barrett in Michigan 7. Michigan 7, yeah. Looks safe. Red. So we're going to go over here to John James in Michigan 10. That one looks safe also. Go red there. We're going to head to Ohio with Greg Landsman. That should be blue. Over here, Scott Perry. This is an interesting one. What district is that? Pennsylvania 10. That's close. Anything out under 1%, I'm swinging blue, but he's just over 1%. So let's say that Scott Perry keeps there. But that one could easily swing. Ryan McKenzie, I think, was in the same boat here. 1%. I think that goes. I think 1%. That's just a guess. Tom Keene over in New Jersey, 7. I know this is kind of boring, but I want to go through it each, and then we'll have the numbers. That looks safe. They actually do better when Trump's not on the ballot there. Maine is Jared Golden. That should stay. Over here to Virginia 2. There's Jen Kiggins. That looks safe. That is a nice one. What is that Virginia 2? Are both of those? Oh, I see. Oh, that's like Virginia Beach and Norfolk. Is that right? Anybody from that area? New York. I don't think they have anything on New York. You got Swazi looks safe. Laura Gillen looks safe. Are you thinking Lawler might be in trouble, Fee? There was a massive shift. It's interesting because with Trump, they struggle. So that could, Lawler's in, what did they say, 3? Sorry. Probably making you guys sick with this. 17. Could go. What am I missing here? Am I missing any? I think that was basically it. So that would end up with, if we're just going chalk right now, Democrats would win back the House 217 to 216. And this is all without like taking any, this is all basically winning chalk. What's left here? Have any in the middle here? Oh, there aren't any. So if you take polling now and you take the lead. Oh, there was one more here actually. Gabe Evans, Colorado. He's going to lose, I think. I think Gabe Evans is in trouble. This shows that he's at 0.7 and 1.8, but new polling has him down 3 in Colorado. So I think let's change those numbers a little bit. That takes us to 218, 216. How many is it to 243? I'm missing 1. 435. Are we there? 434. Oh, it might be right here. Let me zoom in. Where are we missing? Some of these districts are so damn small. That's a bay. Is there one in Hawaii that I missed? Oh, right here. Oh. New York 4. Laura Gill. Oh, we said that one was safe. I just didn't tap it. Okay. Add out of there. Why not tap it when it's not letting me change it, but so we would be 219, 216. This is 270 to win. It's cool. It's an interactive map. It'll show you all the polling. It'll show you the safe seats. You can go back and you can look. This is current. So from 28, so it looks like picking up 5 extra seats there, which is about what we say. Isn't that exactly what we said with the redistricting? Was it 4 or 5? It was 3 actually. Anyways, that's where we're at with this election. There's a real. Remember I cried on election night? I didn't cry on election night. I was upset on election night, though. I don't think I cried. Maybe I did. Jen, did I cry on election night? I cry all the time. I don't even care. Did I cry on election night, Jen?
No, you didn't cry.
Damn, sorry about that, bud. Next time I'll cry. Yeah, if you people that didn't cry, I'm more concerned about you. All right. We'll get to some more stuff.
I was hearing who that person might be.
Yeah, that's Tex, right?
I have a feeling that's who it is.
Yeah. That's what I thought too. He says stuff all the time that it's like they're like conversations I've had with Tex. I'm sorry you're lonely, dude. You have a new daughter. Just go be a dad. Why are you perpetually online? It's crazy.
Yeah.
Just go enjoy your daughter.
Yeah, it is wild that they're in here all the time, just upset. So,
well, while you're here,
but sitting here, we have. I think you got to update the total. I think I've got all that there. How late were you planning on the show today? We didn't discuss that.
I don't know. We'll go till we knock out the goal. I don't know, but that make people not do it. What time did we start? 10:15.
10:15 Pacific time.
Okay, and we usually go 3.5 hours.
Yeah. So okay. Just so anyways, we the gift goal that we have that our TV is going to update. This is our job. We do this each day, Monday through Friday, normally from 8:30 to noon Pacific time. Today's a little different because just this. And we haven't discussed, are we planning on having a show tomorrow?
I don't know. I thought if I did it, it would be. I've thought about. I always have good ideas that I think that are good ideas when I'm high, and then I don't execute on them. I was thinking about just like hanging out on TikTok and having people bring their family to debate. Like, I'll debate your dad, but I don't know if we would get people to show up for that.
Yeah, I mean, I've heard people talk about doing that. I mean, I probably can't stay super long tomorrow, but
yeah, I'll probably just do. If I go live tomorrow, it'll probably just be on TikTok, so you don't need to worry about that.
Well, so the gift goal. I think the number that I had was about 230 left roughly in the gift goal. So Venmo, Cash App, PayPal, Super Chats all go towards knocking down that remaining balance. Like I said, this is our job. We do this each day. So this is how we keep the lights on. So if you guys could help us knock that out, that would be fantastic. If you haven't subscribed to us already, you can subscribe wherever you're watching. We do member-only events. I think we have one coming up this upcoming Monday. Is that the plan?
Yep, and I'll announce that on Friday.
Okay, so you have to be a paid subscriber to join those events. So if you want to join us for that event on Monday, typically we do it at 5 or 6 Pacific time. Make sure you're a paid member wherever you're watching. So if you guys disagree with RTP, you can actually come up and talk. Nicole on YouTube, you've had a lot to say about Trump this entire time. If you guys all can come up and talk to him, and how you can do that is my Discord username is the same as the Venmo. You don't have to pay anything, but you can DM me on Discord, Jen with 2 N's, Dub with 2 B's, the number 1, and you can come up and have a conversation. You don't have to just argue on comments.
Hi, Nicole.
Most of you
Sorry I missed your comments. I was reading stuff. My bad. I'll try and pay attention to you.
Yeah, I have lots to say, but anyways, check out the link tree in the bio. We're on most social media platforms. We've got merch. Jay's on Cameo, and we upload these episodes to Spotify. So yeah, I think I might be getting old.
Yeah.
When I tripped over a box of Kleenex, I was really worried about tissue damage.
No. Betsy said, have a safe and happy holiday, everyone. Thank you. Laura said, happy Thanksgiving. Thank you, Laura. I appreciate that. Dragon Wizard said, Idiocracy movie night. We'll probably do that one at some point. Cindy Lou said, glad you're back. This was a long week without you guys. Sorry about that. That's every year. I think last year something weird happened during that time too. No, it was right after the election. Oh, God, that was so nice last year, right after the election. But every year for my birthday, I go down with my family to Mexico. So sorry in advance for that. I want to go now to. Is it this one? Yeah, this story was fucking crazy. Remember when we talked about this right before we went? Let me check. Any updates on National Guard, Jen? I'll look too.
I think I posted one
in the chat.
One thing in our chat. I think I posted one. Sorry, I have to mute my other thing. That 3 people were injured. 1 person reportedly taken to the hospital. Others were taken to the hospital by ambulance. I haven't seen. Let me just refresh this one.
Trump is calling him an animal.
A post from Trump in local news say both guardsmen are in critical condition. Yeah, that's what I'm seeing right now.
Kash Patel's dumbass girlfriend said, while everyone on X is fighting, the left is still attacking people who wear the uniform and support the country simply for doing so. There are more important things in this world and far bigger enemies who actually hate us and do, in fact, want to kill us. Oh, okay. Again, that's a big old boy. There is a picture. I don't know if this is confirmed. Is he naked? Has anybody seen is this a naked man? Let me zoom in real quick. I can't do it when I'm live. I forget. Bro, he's naked as hell. Is anybody watching this? Is that true? Has anybody seen the picture? I don't know if this is him or not, but if that's him, that's a penis. Oh yeah. Has anybody
What
seen
are you
this?
watching?
I'll send you the link. It said this is from I don't know who Bergen Hobbs is. It's got a lot of engage. I went on Twitter, so you never know. Let me send it to you, but it's definitely a naked dude. I put it in the chat for Jen. Jen, if you want to post it in Discord, you can. It's an overhead.
Yeah,
shot.
that doesn't look like. That does look like a naked man.
Yeah. So I don't know if that they do this all the time though on Twitter. Jay just watching corn online. Feels like it. There's a lot of people retweeting it, but it's all like those obviously like fake MAGA accounts, and they do this they did this with Charlie Kirk too, where they
And then
like,
the caption for it is a little bit
yeah, they're like it looks like a Muslim man. Guy just has a beard, like he must be Muslim. So I'm not sure. All right, well, now that Kash Patel's dumbass girlfriend said that, maybe we'll do this. This interview was wild that Kash Patel did. And you guys have seen this. It's kind of long, but well, I might save that for the end. Actually, it's 25 minutes. I want to do this story first. If you remember, we covered this live when it happened, but I had always guessed that the person who did the pipe bombs was Ivan Raiklin. If Hull's here, Hull convinced me that it was Ivan Raiklin. And Hull and I spent, I don't know, 2 or 3 days DMing back and forth, like trying to figure out who the pipe bomber was, just based on the evidence that we had. But I guess a week or so ago, there was a name, and I showed you guys the pictures. That she had played soccer at some school. She looked like a goalkeeper, and they said she was like part of Capitol Police. Well, turns out that may not have been true. A federal security officer linked to a thwarted J6 bomb attack cleared her name by providing an alibi. Video of her playing with her puppies at the time the devices were placed, sources told CBS News. The FBI has now ruled her out as a suspect in the 2021 plot. This woman has been receiving death threats. People have been doxing her. Her name, her picture has been going all over the internet. I looked this morning. People are still saying it. Nobody caught this correction. How an innocent woman's name came to be publicly linked to the unexploded pipe bombs is a question that has raised concerns among some senior officials in the Trump administration. CBS News is not naming the security officer or her workplace. The federal agency she protects declined to comment. Multiple sources said that a unit overseen by DNI Tulsi Gabbard drafted a memo identifying the woman and describing allegations that she had placed the explosive devices outside the Democratic and Republican Party offices. How many more times is Tulsi Gabbard going to put out something that wasn't true? This is like the 4th thing that she's put out that just turned out not to be true. What the fuck happened to Tulsi Gabbard? I didn't like her, but I thought, like, I didn't know she just made shit up all the time. Amy said, does Cash's girlfriend remember J6? She might not have been old enough. She's like 11. The memo was written after ODNI was made aware of allegations from an outside source. ODNI officials said the agency received a tip from a person affiliated with a media organization about potential criminal wrongdoing by an individual believed to be working with an intelligence agency and set about documenting it in a memo. Okay, so this is probably Laura Loomer or Benny Johnson, or maybe Candace Owens. They put this out on a tip from a person affiliated with a media organization. That's it. And they just put out a memo. Put this woman's face all over the fucking internet. Her life will never be the same. She will always be harassed. There will always be a bunch of MAGA who follow her around, never caught the correction, and will think, why is she walking free? Could be Elon, yeah. A copy of the unfinished memo was given to senior staff at the security officer's workplace. It also circulated among a few Trump administration officials, building expectations that the nearly 5-year-old case might be solved. But the memo caught some officials at the FBI, Justice Department, and White House off guard. ODNI oversees the nation's foreign intelligence gathering and has lifted domestic investigative authorities. A short time after the unfinished memo began to circulate, the conservative news outlet Blaze News published details similar to those in the draft, including the woman's full name. Maybe the tip was from the Blaze. Yeah, Christy, we talked about the shooting in D.C., and we're waiting on updates. So far, what we know is 2 people were shot, shooter in custody. That's where we're at now. If we have updates, we'll get those. Short time. Oh, I read that part. The November 8th Blaze News article claimed that it had pinpointed the woman after a review of video evidence and gait analysis. Now, remember we talked about the gait analysis when this first came out, that the gait analysis was 94%. And virtually everybody who studies gait analysis said 94% wouldn't even be that convincing if you had other evidence. But the evidence was standalone at 94%. And that's all they went on. One Google search, one email to somebody who's an expert on gait analysis would have told you 94% does not show a match. Several sources told CBS that the classified draft memo, which was on ODNI letterhead, was written by Paul McNamara, who's in charge of Gabbard's Directors Initiatives Group, which is tasked with providing transparency and accountability. Good. And executing Trump's intelligence-related executive orders. Spokesperson Olivia Coleman said ODNI followed its obligation to report information received concerning the alleged activities of members of the intelligence community to that person's employing agency. After a whistleblower came forward with an allegation, ODNI documented the accusation and lawfully reported it, fulfilling our legal duty to alert appropriate agencies when alleged potential security concerns are brought to our attention. Now, this part's true, but leaking it to the press is concerning. These guys don't give a goddamn about anybody's safety. Democrats promoting crime. What are you talking about? There were no predetermined conclusions or assessments made, and every action taken was done so in consultation with legal counsel. You didn't have to make it public. The Blaze report became the subject of extensive media coverage and discussion on social media, especially among supporters of Mr. Trump. Word of this supposed break in the case reached Mr. Trump, two of the sources said, although it's unclear how he learned of it. Now, let's see if the Blaze has retracted any of this. Let's see. This came out, I think, yesterday. The Blazwa. There we go. Good job. Marjorie Taylor Greene. Oh, going after Minnesota. It's not good. I don't see any retraction here. It's crazy enough. Let's see if Thomas Massey did, because Thomas Massey actually retweeted this and said this was something about like the biggest. If I can find the tweet. Yeah. Thomas Massey was part of it. An hour and 30 minutes about the pipe bombs. Don't see anything there. I don't know. We'll see. It's crazy that I know this guy, by the way. Anybody know Ian Wenster? He was just like a dude. He was just like a dude in Utah. And it's like a massive right-wing content creator now. I don't think anything else there. Anyways, there's our FBI, our national intelligence. How many more times are they just going to put shit out that's wrong? Remember when Charlie Kirk was shot and they said that they had the kid in custody and then they didn't? Twice, I think. Twice they said they had a suspect. Pretty cool organization we got up there. All right, I want to show you this by Mark Cuban. But before I show this, I want to show you one big problem that we have in this country is that nobody seems to know. I'm going to show this clip first. And then let me find this other one real quick. And add it. I thought about, I don't know if anybody wants to talk to Johnny. I don't think Dean does it anymore, but any of those people that go out on the streets and ask Republicans questions. I think a great question to ask would to go up to Republicans and say, do you think liberals know what capitalism is? And they'll be like, nah, fuck no, they don't know anything. And then ask them what capitalism is. Let them mock the Republicans first, or the liberals first, Democrats first, and then ask them what capitalism is, because I'm starting to think that maybe nobody knows. Let me find this other one with is it this one? Yeah, Tim Burchett. I'm starting to think that nobody knows what it is. I even had a back and forth with Logic and Liberty the other day about capitalism. I think Republicans legitimately think that, like, if you make money, that's capitalism. If you're self-employed, therefore capitalism. Here's Tim Burchett first. Doesn't know.
If you're making 600% on your returns, you ought to go to Wall Street and get out of Congress.
Yeah,
and it's
something's up if
pathetic.
you're.
I paid to post what? I didn't pay to post anything. What are you talking about? Oh, those people. Corvette Girl Robin said Donald Trump is the next president, but the biggest winner is Melania Trump. She can now call herself first lady instead of the third wife. I'm glad you paid for that. That's good. All right, here's Burchett.
And get out of Congress.
Yeah,
and it's
something's up
pathetic.
if your trades are
I
beating Warren Buffett.
I make skateboards. Yes, ma'am. I make skateboards, and I gave one to Tulsi Gabbard. Now,
I do think Millie could answer the question what capitalism is. I'll give her that. Millie would know. Millie's actually, she does a lot of research, and she is well-sourced. Where Millie and I diverge is her ability to then take that information and process it in terms of what it means. I think that Millie's biggest problem is that she isolates sentences and tries to make an argument off an isolated sentence. And I think that's because she has to defend a fucking idiot in Donald Trump who doesn't know his ass from a hole in the ground. And so it's kind of hard. You're going to have to lie if you're going to defend this administration.
everybody all over the country wants one. I go talk to ethics about, because I'm a capitalist. I thought, dadgum, I'll sell a few skateboards. I don't sleep at night, so from midnight to 4 in the morning, I work on them. And I go to ethics, and they're like, oh, you got to do this, you got to do that.
Yeah.
So you're telling
building skateboards and selling them isn't capitalist. You could do that in socialism. None of them know. Now here's, let's see if we're going to use the word objectively here. Kennedy is going to use the word objectively, which means that like it's just true. When people say shit like that like on the left you get paid big money, who? I don't know who gets paid the most money on the left. I would assume it's Hassan. It might. I don't know who's bigger than who's big. Is anybody bigger than Hassan? I know that Majority Report's fairly big. They got like 2 million subscribers. None of them are rich. David Pakman's not rich. It's frozen on TikTok. Are we frozen on YouTube too? So I don't know. Isn't Hassan like a socialist? That's on the left.
Thanks for the sub.
Are we good on YouTube, Jen? Destiny. Oh yeah, Destiny probably makes a lot of money. Who makes?
It looks like it's okay for right now.
Who makes more?
I've got an error saying YouTube's not receiving enough video.
Okay. Midas Touch. They make a lot of money. That's probably who makes the most is Midas Touch. Swiping in and out and helps. Okay. Thanks, Anya. Some people are saying swiping in and out on YouTube helps. All right. Anyways, let me continue with Kennedy here.
Making a lot of money off of this movement, an enormous amount of money off of this movement. Number two, I think it's attributable, particularly among the young, to ignorance and frustration. Particularly, you take New York as an example. It's tough there to be a young professional with the cost of living. So you have the frustration elements. The ignorance element comes in. A lot of them have gone to woke colleges. They've never been taught much history, at least not objective history.
All right. What's the objective history that we're not learning at woke colleges?
They've never been taught that socialism is for morons. That's not an opinion. That's a fact. I mean, all you have.
That's what being on the right is. Stating an obvious opinion, saying objectively it's a fact. By the way, all of these people, if you're going to say like, somebody mentioned Dean. Dean makes a lot of money. I think you would, if you were talking about Dean would most likely, like, he's owning his own labor, right? I don't think you would say that what Dean is doing is capital. Even we say it, and we say it jokingly, but just to like shut up Republicans. But even what we do, like, this isn't capitalism. This is my labor, and you guys pay me for my labor. It's like capitalism would be if I'm taking money and I'm investing it, or if I took my own money and I invested it. This isn't capitalism. They never know. I don't think any of them know.
Have to do is read history. Some of it is opportunism, but I don't think there's a lot of underlying sound, rational thinking to it.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I think it's all driven by not all, some are in good faith, but by much of it is driven by opportunistic politicians.
Mm-hmm. The affordability.
I love that they say that. I watched, there's Patrick Bet-David did this whole special yesterday that I watched. I may break that. You know, maybe tomorrow I'll just watch like long form videos all day. And I might do this Patrick Bet-David one. But Ron DeSantis is talking about getting rid of income tax in Florida. And he doesn't really have a proposal for it. So Patrick Bet-David, who I think is going to run for governor or run for Senate at some point in Florida, he created like a hypothetical of how this would all work. And it's so crazy to watch Republicans every day try and figure out how to cut taxes for rich people. And then go, oh, what else will we cut? We'll have to cut this. We'll have to cut this. Why not just increase taxes on rich people? They'll do anything. Republicans will literally do, like, we're cutting off SNAP benefits, we're cutting off Medicaid, Medicare, funding for foreign nations. For what reason? Oh, because we got to give rich people a tax break. Why can't we just tax rich people? How do you guys have the same policy for 50 years? I'll show this chart. This is my favorite chart. I show it all the time. I'm going to show you a couple of charts, actually. Sorry for everybody who's here all the time. I'm guessing you can guess what chart I'm about to show you. Can anybody guess what chart I'm about to show here? It is by far the chart I show the most. I can find it. Really should just save it at some point. And every time I have to do this in Google and find it. The guardsman died? Oh, fuck. That's not.
I haven't seen that yet. I've been looking. I haven't seen that yet.
Okay. Shit, where is this? All right. I think this is it. This is what Republican policies have gotten us. And I say Republican policies not because like Republicans have been in power all the time, but because we've been doing trickle-down economics since 1982. Now, if this chart went a little further, you would have seen that these numbers are close. This is share of wealth. The purple is the bottom 90%. The blue is the top 1%, and the orange is the next 9%. And this was up to 2016. This is what trickle-down economics gets you. It makes poor people significantly poorer, and this 1% now has surpassed the next 9%, and it's higher. And you haven't changed anything. You haven't changed a single policy. Jen, can you mute? I'm getting feedback. Jen?
Last Wednesday of the month, I need that check.
Jen?
No, the first. No.
Jen?
I'm so sorry.
Jen? There we go. That's what it gets you. But I showed those just to point out that Republicans don't understand economic theory or finances, and Mark Cuban does. I like Mark Cuban. I'm no longer a Mavs fan because he's not the owner anymore, but he went and spoke in front of Congress about healthcare. And this is a billionaire who there are no ethical billionaires. Let's just say let's call it what it is. But this is about a 6-minute video. Jen?
It's been confirmed by AP that
Okay.
two of the National Guard died.
It was 2 that were shot, right?
According to AP, 2 have died.
Okay. All right, we'll follow up on that. I want to show this with Mark Cuban, though. They're going to give me audio. All right, let me do this too, Captain Sticky. Bitching about inflation, but under Biden it was almost 9%, and it's 3%. Shut the fuck up. How about you shut the fuck up? One time One time I want one of you guys to explain to me how the whole fucking world had inflation and it was Joe Biden's fault. How did Joe Biden cause inflation throughout the whole fucking world? In the UK, they were doing Trump policies and they had inflation. How did every fucking country have inflation, but it was Joe Biden's fault? You guys, this is what I say when I say Republicans don't understand economics. This is exactly what I'm talking about. You just know 9 is bigger than 3, and Joe Biden 9, Donald Trump 3, and you come on the internet and you say a dumb fucking thing. But let's talk about what honestly has happened. Trump came in at 2.9% inflation, and it started going down. When he took office, inflation got down to like 2.6, 2.4 maybe. And then what happened? His policies went into place in April. This is another thing. By the way, if any of you debate Milley, can you please just fucking check her on this? The tariffs went into place in April. And ever since April, inflation has went up. So you can directly tie the increase in inflation to Donald Trump. And you can directly tie the 9% inflation to a global pandemic, which is why every country in the world had it, with the exception of like Japan. And Japan's was different because Japan had some deflationary stuff in their economy at the same time as inflation. And so there was like a check because they were struggling. But Japan's like the only one that you can look at and be like, oh, what did they do different? Oh, they sucked before. Like things were going poorly before. So they had like some deflationary aspects of their currency. We should cover that sometime. I'd need to research it again to give you more in depth there, but just explain that. Just one time I would love one of you guys to just like, after you say something or after you hear something, to go research it. And instead of saying Biden versus Trump, just go look and say like, why did we have 9% inflation? Just Google right now. Why did we have 9% inflation? It's not going to say Joe Biden. It's going to say supply chains. It's going to say wars. It's going to say gas, and it's also going to say like the subsidies that we gave out under both Trump and Biden. Right? Trump gave out the COVID checks, and so did Biden. And then we had all sorts of stimulus. So it's going to be a combination of all of that. But the MAGA brain is so simple because they don't want to learn anything new. It's just like higher number, lower number, Trump better, Biden bad. No credit from going from 9% down to 3%. Trump's so good that he can't even beat Biden's numbers. All right, here's Mark Cuban.
There you go. My Shark Tank companies hate selling on Amazon, but most don't have a choice. About 162 million Americans shop there, and if you want to reach them, you have to play by Amazon's rules. Amazon knows this and takes full advantage, adding and raising fees, and even launching competitive knockoffs. They get away with it because they control the marketplace and because 162 million people shop there.
Let me say this before it goes. One, this is I worked with Amazon for a little bit in their seller program. This is absolutely true. My mom actually sells on Amazon, and there's this mass exodus of people going to like eBay because if you have a good idea, Amazon just steals it. And if you pay to advertise or if you pay to promote, then Amazon obviously puts you to the top. If you don't pay, doesn't matter how good your product is, they're going to bury you. This is all true. But I just want to say we do have a gift goal. I'll update that. This is a 6-minute video. It'd be so dope if at the end of this, we just knocked out that gift goal, and then I'll stay for a while. And then Jen doesn't have to stress. She can get out of here whenever she wants to. I'll stay for as long as we want to stay. But if we knock that gift goal out by the end of this video, it's 6 minutes long, and I'm going to interrupt, then I'll stay for a couple hours. Is that a good deal? There we go.
Which makes Amazon incredibly sticky. So what does that have to do with healthcare? Insurance companies work the same way. Over 300 million Americans have some kind of coverage: commercial, ACA, Medicare, or Medicaid. Every one of those plans hires a pharmacy benefit manager, or PBM, to run their drug benefits. The biggest PBMs, all owned by the largest insurance companies, control pharmacy benefits for about 270 million Americans.
Once again, this isn't capitalism. Capitalism would be telling Jen you have to stay here and I will pay you this amount of money. And I will, all of your labor I will benefit from, and I will determine how much of that labor you get. That would be capitalism, right? But we're not doing that. This is my labor and I own it, and you guys are paying for my labor. It's not capitalism. Try again. See, again, just if we could just get Republicans all in a room, and maybe Donald Trump has to tell them, somebody that they trust, and explain what capitalism is, we could probably have some nice things in this country. But what they've been all duped into believing is that capitalism is money, making money is capitalism, and therefore we have to lick the assholes of billionaires, otherwise we won't get any money.
That's a lot of power.
And Grandy's Garden, you can come debate me
also 70%
right now.
more people than Amazon reaches. Like Amazon, PBMs control the store shelves, but their shelves are called formularies. The list of drugs your insurance will cover, and if a drug isn't on the formulary, it's invisible to doctors and patients. But here's the kicker. Unlike Amazon, which wants lower prices, PBMs actually prefer higher prices. They say they negotiate lower drug costs, but they don't. They auction off access to their formularies to the highest bidders. Drug companies pay their rebates and fees.
Can somebody mute Grandy's Garden until Grandy's Garden comes up here to debate? Grandy's Garden, you're going to message GenDub1 on Discord, and you can come up here to debate. I like that you're here, and I like that you argue in the chat. But if you're going to argue that we can't debate, I have to, again, say you're going to have to come up here and show that you can debate. Otherwise, you're going to have to be muted.
PBMs demand so their drugs can be covered and prescribed. If they don't pay, they lose access to millions of patients and plenty of doctors, costing them billions. These rebates and fees are based on a percentage of a drug's list price called WAC, the wholesale acquisition cost. The higher the...
Yeah, Danielle, Cuban has a prescription med business, and this is kind of why he's here talking about this. So he's opposed to pharmacy benefit managers. If anybody's confused on what a PBM is, they're basically a middleman between the drug companies, and they're supposed to negotiate lower prices, but they're in bed with the drug companies, and so they raise the prices on the drugs because they're going to make more money. And so we have this is why our system sucks so fucking bad. One, we don't need pharmacy benefit managers. This is something that people lobbied Congress for so that they could make money off of our health. We don't need private health insurance because it's a complete and total scam. We're paying for shit that we don't need, and they get to reject care whenever the fuck they want so they can buy another jet. And we don't need pharmacy benefit managers. And Cuban, as an entrepreneur and as somebody who probably recognizes that in this country we have too many dumbasses to do universal health care, is giving people a better option. And I appreciate that with Cuban. There are two types of people. There are people like Cuban who see a problem and try and fix it, and then there are people who just bitch about it. I would much rather have Cuban, even though I hope that his company goes away when we do universal health care. I don't think we need to protect it, but what he's doing is at least trying to solve a problem, something our government is unwilling to do because their pockets are lined with big pharma money.
List price, the more money PBMs make. Because PBMs are so powerful, that inflated list price becomes the reference point for the entire drug supply chain. Take a hypothetical $600 brand name drug. The PBM strongly suggests the manufacturer set the price at $600 with a 50% rebate and another 10% in fees, leaving the manufacturer with $240 net. Meanwhile, wholesalers buy the drug at that same $600 list price. How many industries do you know where the wholesalers pay the full list price? The three major wholesalers all use the same list price and get paid almost identical fees. There's zero competition, and their fees are also, because they're tied to list price, they make more money when prices rise. Pharmacies buy from wholesalers at about a 5% discount. You'd think PBMs would reimburse them more than their costs so they can make a profit. They don't. When a pharmacy fills a brand prescription for an insured patient, it's often reimbursed less than what it paid for it. And if it doesn't fill enough of those money-losing prescriptions, PBMs or wholesalers can penalize them. It's no wonder independent pharmacies are disappearing. Now, what does the patient pay?
You know who pushes legislation for PBMs? Weirdly, like this sounds like pharmacies wouldn't like PBMs, right? But the big pharmacies also own the PBMs. So what they want to do is they want to run out independent pharmacies. Again, I told you guys I just got back from Mexico. I had some dental work done, and I also got a prescription filled. It's about a fourth of the cost down there. Just I got a root canal to fix a filling that I had when I was a kid, and it cost me about a fifth of the price, actually. About a fifth of the price, and it was better treatment. Like I actually had a better dentist, less pain. The results were better. There was no pain after. He wrote me a prescription in case I had some pain, didn't need it. Literally never had any pain after a fucking root canal. I had a root canal that I didn't fill, and I didn't have any pain after for a fifth of the price. Thanks, Lori.
For uninsured, they pay that $600 list price. If they're insured but haven't met their deductible, they still pay the full $600. That's crazy. We were told that PBMs negotiate lower prices for patients, but they're so bad at their jobs, they can't even get patients a deal that's better than the retail price. But the rebates and fees that they collect on that $600 flow straight from the patient's pocket to theirs. Patients are getting ripped off.
Thanks you, Alter, for all the gifted subs. Appreciate you.
Because PBMs and wholesalers insist on using inflated list prices instead of transparent net prices. Because the whole system is built around list prices, everyone, PBMs, wholesalers, and insurers have an incentive to keep prices rising, and they almost always do. It's costing patients tens of billions of dollars and forcing many to go without the medications they need. But here's the saddest part. Self-insured employers, states, the federal government, they all keep on signing contracts that lock in this broken system. We blame PBMs, but the real problem is the CEOs, administrators, and
DB Howard, are you going to Mexico? I could. I was in a small town in Mexico. Actually, the guy who did the root canal was in Cancun. If you want to message me on Twitter or TikTok or whatever, I can give it to you. I don't really want to throw that all out here, but I could give it to you if you're going down there.
State officials who keep renewing these contracts. Every one of them complains about rising healthcare
root canal and a crown
costs while signing deals that make prices go up. Big brand pharma is part of the problem too. They hate PBMs but still play along. If manufacturers, wholesalers, and payers move to net pricing, meaning the price after all rebate and fees, patients' out-of-pocket costs could drop by half overnight, saving patients billions every year. There's a reason the U.S. has the highest drug prices in the world. We're the only country that uses PBMs. And there's a reason we have some of the lowest priced generics. PBMs can't control generic pricing from companies like Cost Plus Drug.
If any of you guys have been to CVS, you might see like the CVS Care and the Caremark. CVS there was a PBM called, I think, Caremark, and CVS just bought it. And nobody stopped that. In this country, CVS is basically allowed to just like double dip. Just nobody gives a fuck. We have literally the dumbest health insurance in the world. The dumbest. Why would you let them do that? They're negotiating with themselves. Like, what? They're supposed to be for you. They're there to negotiate for you. Who do you think they're negotiating for? I have CVS Caremark. Took a week and a half to approve my Adderall. They won't even take my doctor anymore. One day I went to pick up they called in my prescription like last month, and they called me back and they're like, "Oh, we don't take prescriptions from them anymore." Okay.
So what do? 1, count all cash payments towards deductibles. 2, base patient out-of-pocket costs on net price, not list price. 3, separate formularies from PBMs to end their power. And 4, and specialty tiers. It's just an excuse to charge more. Fix that, and we finally put patients, not PBMs, back at the center of American healthcare. Thank you.
The cool thing about Cuban's system is that I appreciate is the transparency. So he owns something called Cost Plus Drugs. Let me pull up there. Pull up Cost Plus Drugs. Pretty cool website, actually. You can see here, you can pick, do they have ADHD? Can't imagine you have ADHD medication on there, right? There's no way. But if you have any of these, let's say constipation, there's your medication, bottle 30 tablets, retail $5.65, our price $16.44. There's your savings to get started. They have a 15% markup. It's guaranteed, just 15% all the time, and then I think a $5 stocking fee. Somebody said, like, Mark just wants more money. Well, maybe, but his system's better. It's transparent. There it was. It was just me. Mark is crying because he wants more money. He doesn't make a ton from that. But I don't care. Like, if Mark Cuban's going to make money instead of CVS, I'm fine with that. That was the other thing that I loved about in Mexico. I called them about, like, if I called my dentist here, when I got the root canal and crown with my dentist here, they did not give me a cost. And I asked them, they said it can range. We don't give those kind of costs out just because, you know, we don't want to quote you a price and then it goes over and people get mad. Cost plus is what it's called. Cost plus drugs. Why does he need the 15% markup? Well, he's not making the 15%. He's got to pay people. The 15% markup is what they need. That's their profit, right? So they buy a product and they mark it up 15%. That's remarkably low. I don't know how much he makes. How much does he take a salary? And I agree. Look, I don't think people need to be making money. I think we could have a better system. But a standard 15% markup and that kind of transparency, I'll take that. He doesn't take a salary. Does he get any investment? It says he doesn't. Let's see here. It says he doesn't. I don't know if they have profit sharing, but he doesn't take a salary there, so I'm not sure. Somebody can look that up. Let's see. Anyways, what I was saying about Mexico is the cool thing that was about being in Mexico is he told me exactly. Before I went in, I knew exactly what I was going to pay. And then he's referred me to a specialist, and I said, do you have an idea of how much that'll cost? And he said, give me a second. Made a phone call. And this was the craziest part. They gave me a number. It was like, I think it was 11,000 pesos. Or 10,500. I think it was 10,500 pesos. And then I got there and they charged me 9,000 pesos because they're like, oh, we actually went it was a little quicker. So I paid 9,000 pesos instead, which is, I think it's 17 and a half exchange rate. So 17 and a half pesos to the dollar. So figured that all out. Yeah, CVS doesn't pay its overworked employees a living wage. You ever going to CVS? Those are the most miserable fucking people. They obviously hate their job. Let me read some super chats and, then, Jen, if you want to go, you can go. Hey, howdy. Thank you very much. Tanya said, let's crush that gift goal. Ivory said, gobble till you wobble. Glad you're back. I'm not going to engorge. To engorge? Gorge. Is it engorge? Engorge is to get bigger. Gorge? You got to be careful with that word. That might mean something else. I think my neighbor will probably just hand a plate over the fence. $700. Thanks, Patrick. Belinda, thank you for the super chat. Corvette Girl Robin said Donald Trump is the next president, but the biggest I read that one. Biggest winner is Melania. She can now call herself the first lady instead of the third wife. Jimmy said, I can't think of a note. Patricia said, thank you. Heather said, thank you. Missed you last week. I missed you guys too. I really did. Alberto said, thank you for your great work. Wasn't me said, so you stay and keep me from Barb Cat murder. Hey, Barb Cat. We still have a little bit of faith in you. Robin says, happy Thanksgiving. Melissa said, here's some cash sugar tits. Semantic says, happy holiday. Rebecca said, missed you last week. Glad you're back. Thanks for the gummy bear as well. Betsy said, have a safe and happy holiday, everyone. I think I read that one. Let's see if I missed. And I think I have a bunch from Jen. Got that from Hey Howdy. Got all those. Thank you, Izzy, for joining the Dollar Train. John said for the gift goal, and it's 420. Happy Thanksgiving. Maybe I will do that. I don't plan on smoking much anymore. I'm gonna take a long break from smoking, but I might make an exception on Halloween. Christy, thanks for joining the Dollar Train. And look at your adorable daughter in that picture. Jessica said weekly tithe. Stephanie said, thanks for my daily dose of anxiety and happiness. You guys are the best. And that's a cute couple on your profile picture. Thanks, Tim, for joining the Dollar Train. Christy said, you're a dirty socialist moron, and I love it. Happy Indigenous Peoples Day. I don't know if that's you and your mom or you and your daughter, but adorable. And thank you for the donation. Chris said, happy belated. Have a wonderful trip around the sun. Thank you, Chris. Sherry said, thank you. Jamar said, I typically only cry after I come alone, aka hands-on therapy. Alyssa said, happy Thanksgiving to everyone except for Tex. Jen said, happy Thanksgiving, RTP team. You know what a cute cat. I think I got them all. Got burned out medic there. All right, we'll keep going. I'll be here for a while. Do you think anybody's going to come up and debate at some point? I don't know if that's ever going to happen anymore. Jen, are you sticking around?
I mean, I'm not going anywhere right now.
Okay. I can change. I'm just going to hide.
I mean, people aren't going to DM me on Discord. They're not wanting to do that. I mean, we could. You could go to TikTok, and I could stream it.
I could
to YouTube.
We'll
I've done
see.
it before.
Let me see what else I want to cover today, and then maybe we can do that.
So there's also a side note about the National Guard incident. I guess the West Virginia governor is now pulling back his information on them passing away. So receiving conflicting information. So
I assume you mean Virginia governor?
West Virginia. That's what.
Why is the West Virginia governor? Were they West Virginia guardsmen?
Possibly.
People saying, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah.
Oh, they're both
West Virginia.
Okay.
Yep.
Interesting. Somebody said JD Vance was talked about it too. What did he do? Go on there and blame the Dems? Let's see.
Before we get started, on a somber note, we had, and some of you may have seen this on your phones or on social media, but apparently there was a shooting outside the White House just a couple of hours ago, and we're still learning everything.
How far is that from the White House? What is like Burgett Street or something? Does anybody know how far from the White House that is? Do this. I don't understand why they can't just like ever say what happened. They perpetually have to make themselves victims. Can somebody else just be a victim every once in a while, or does it always have to be you guys? I think it said like 17th and Farragut. I mean, that's not that close. Look here, the White House is here. This is 17th Street, and this is Farragut. So it's just, I would say right outside the right outside the White House would be here. That's not that close. It was here. I think it was 17th and Farragut, right? Yeah, I don't know. Fucking JD.
We still don't know the
Nice vest, bitch.
motive. There's a lot that we haven't yet figured out, but what we do know is that a couple of National Guardsmen were injured in the line of duty. And first of all, I want everybody who's a person of faith to say a prayer for those two National Guardsmen, that they're able to spend Thanksgiving with their families instead of losing their lives, because I understand they're still in pretty tough condition. But I think it's a somber reminder that soldiers, whether they're active duty, reserve, or National Guard,
They're blaming it on the 6 Dems. Nice.
our soldiers are the sword and the shield of the United States of America. And as a person who goes into work every single day, people who wear the uniform of the United States Army, let me just say very personally, thank them for what they're doing. We're grateful.
It sounded closer because the new ballroom's all open. Sure, Patrick. Well, they could hear it because the wall's blown open.
to them, and we're praying that they're going to be safe and they're going to spend Thanksgiving with their families. God bless them.
Yeah, that's a good point too. He does not work every single day. That's a goddamn lie. All right. I just, for fuck's sakes, could we ever have just anything happen without them immediately This is the most like politicized group of human beings that has ever existed. It's crazy how they've allowed like Trump derangement syndrome to be applied to the left when it's just it's so clearly just a right-wing thing. I'm looking through what anybody's saying here. So this was Patrick Morrissey that said that they had passed away. Then did he backtrack that? Jesus Christ, a governor has 6,000 followers. I guess that makes sense. You guys don't. Is anybody here from West Virginia? No, you guys can't be here from West Virginia. You guys don't have internet. That makes sense that there's only 6,000. Now receiving conflicting reports about the condition of our 2 Guard members. Okay. Who said that they were blaming? Somebody said Fox was blaming. Let's see. What we call them, the seditious 6? Is that who they are?
Right now.
Yeah, it's just breaking news there.
Asked for by the mayor, but the president decided that there was so much crime in D.C. that he needed to send in the National Guard. It's been a very costly mission since August 15th when they were deployed to the nation's capital. It's cost about $68 million to keep them here since mid-August.
Okay, so yeah, we were right. Farragut, is that how you say that? I said, careful with that one. Just right outside the White House.
But now the ultimate cost is that they have been put into a kind of law enforcement position, even though they had hoped that they would, we've seen the scenes since mid-August, Aisha, of them cleaning up trash, of helping, basically helping just provide.
Farragut. I got it right, I think, the first time, didn't I?
Sort of a sense of security here in the Capitol. It's really quite shocking, especially when you remember the president said that crime was really down in D.C. and that there were no shootings anymore. This is a real wake-up call on the eve of Thanksgiving. But again, going back to, you asked about their training, the Guardsmen really are not trained in law enforcement. And that is one of the concerns from the get-go that the U.S. Army has had over the years in terms of putting National Guard into cities like Washington, D.C. that have had a high crime rate in the past. What I've seen is National Guardsmen just kind of being out friendly, walking among the people, picking up trash, as I mentioned, really kind of being good citizens, if you will. But they're not there to really stop crime.
I think the part of that, like, there's a lot of it. The first blame obviously is on the shooter. I do have a lot of sympathy for the folks in the National Guard. These are lawful orders that they're getting, especially in DC, so they have no choice, whether they agree with it or not, and they're being put in harm's way. And I mean, you just can't imagine that the person that was shot, or the 2 people that were shot, that it was targeted because of who they are. It's obviously targeted because that person either doesn't like the National Guard, or maybe they don't like Trump. But the collateral damage of this administration is devastating, and I don't know why we can't just turn it down. I really don't. Even the way that they have inflamed this seditious 6 thing, where people put out a pretty simple message: don't defy unlawful orders. You could have just let that go. Could have just ignored all of that. But we didn't. We always have to amp it up. Did you guys catch yesterday when I played the Byron Donalds clip, when he was asked like real questions and he was so sad and somber, but then when he's asked about the seditious 6, he suddenly is so inflammatory. All these people in Congress, so many of them, they really are so fucking performative. Jolly Ginger, Rig, and others that are protesting made quick friends with the Guard. I'm sure they did. I mean, they're friendly people. Is Defense Trans still out there? This should be politicized. They're dead because Republicans sent them there. It happened because of a political act. I mean, yeah, I guess like they're there because of that. It's hard to say without knowing. Sometimes people are crazy. But God damn, it's tiring. It's tiring doing this every day. And for me, like, obviously the people, the families of those National Guardsmen, if they're not getting news, they probably feel awful right now. If they lose their lives, that's awful. But I just know the next 4 days, if we head over to TikTok right now, there's going to be, in fact, like if I just pull up on my phone right now and I go into a TikTok live, it's going to be somebody blaming Dems right now. Let's see if I can find one that's the best way to do it is just find wherever the fuck Admir is. And then find crazy Dems. Or Republicans. Let's see, what's this? Brett's live. I don't know. Well, look. MAGA, how do you guys feel? Are you tired of this yet? Tired of having to do this every time something happens that you know that the people that represent you are going to go out there and they're going to make just a big deal about this. It's going to be hysterical. Yeah, we covered that. The West Virginia governor, he's walking that back now. All right, let's get to some other news. We can come back if there's any updates. Guys, let me know in the chat if we have updates. I want to go to this clip that I saw today, and I want to talk about the rise of the right-wing grifters. I saw this video. I was shocked. Sean Spicer apparently has a show, which is cool because he's so interesting, and he had on Jessica Reed Krause. If you've been following me for a while, you know this might be the person on the right that I dislike maybe the most. She was a gossip blogger that made a name for herself during the Johnny Depp Amber Heard trial. Really talented writer, wrote a lot of funny stuff. I think a lot of you probably liked her when she did that. She had great coverage. And then she was an RFK, and now she's just a full-blown conspiracy theorist. And she was on Sean Spicer's show and got almost no pushback from this. I'm tired of these people ever talking about abuse or women or protecting women when they say shit like this. She's got no pushback from the right. I haven't seen anybody give her any pushback for this.
You've covered this case. You know her. You've read through all the court documents. Should I commute her sentence? What would you tell him?
I would. I really wish I could sit down and talk to him about it, because I really genuinely don't believe anyone in politics right now understands the story. And I think he does. He knows exactly what this was. And I do think he was friends with Ghislaine Maxwell, and I think he likes her. That's why he won't trash her. So it's no secret.
Did they know each other well? Did they know each other?
Yeah, because she was good friends with Ivana.
Not going to get any hate for that. Also, kind of spilling the beans. Trump's these are his friends, and they've got dirt on him. But I showed that because I wanted to get to this article as well with Benny Johnson. I've been shitting on Benny Johnson the last couple days, and that makes me want to shit on Benny Johnson some more. This was a article put out by Media Matters on the 25th. But Benny Johnson is one of the most interesting ascensions, because Benny Johnson doesn't really offer much. Benny Johnson's not his political commentary is pretty generic. He doesn't take a ton of risks. He's clearly doing a Tucker Carlson impression, and yet he has grown more than anybody. And he did it by just attaching himself to the administration and parroting all of their talking points. Tucker Carlson is warring with Shapiro over just how much anti-Semitism right-wing audience should be willing to tolerate. Candace Owens is being sued, and she claims without evidence targeted for death, which is, if you don't know this, maybe we'll watch that next. Jen, will you find the video of Candace Owens claiming that France is trying to kill her? Over a debunked conspiracy, Laura Loomer, self-described proud Islamophobe who once handcuffed herself to the doors of Twitter to protest her banning by the service, is now a credentialed member of the Pentagon Press Corps and keeps getting Trump officials fired for insufficient loyalty. And Megyn Kelly has gone in just a few short years from anchoring a news magazine show for NBC to debating whether Jeffrey Epstein's victims were young enough for him to be described as a pedophile. But Benny Johnson stands out, even among this collection of cranks, grifters, propagandists, and sycophants. He's the Jesse Waters of the streaming set, someone who has parlayed having absolutely nothing to add to any conversation into a lucrative career as a shill for President Donald Trump. Quick, off the top of your, I do the P in corpse. Off the top of your head, think of one thing you've ever heard Benny Johnson say. This guy hasn't had like a viral moment. He hasn't had a big moment. He literally just does a Tucker Carlson impression and reposts. He's been going around with Kristi Noem, just posting. Remember the video he shot from like the top of, I think when they were in Portland at the protesters, and there were just like 6 of them, and one of them was in, what was the costume? Was it an elephant or some shit? What was the bunny maybe? I don't remember what the costume was. He's like, this is the danger that we're facing. Johnson has had perhaps the best 2025 of any streamer on the right. His YouTube videos have amassed more than 1 billion views in total. Only Megyn Kelly compares among right-wing news and politics hosts. Joe Rogan got 890 million views. Benny Johnson, who has never said anything in his life, gets more views than Joe Rogan. Why are all liberals gay, dumb, and whiny? Yes, we have to put up with you. And we just don't want to, so we all just get whiny about people like you. All the while, he hobnobbed with the Trump administration power players and GOP elites, flying with Vice President Vance, broadcasting from Mike Johnson's office during a joint session of Congress, and boasting of his contacts with the White House officials. He's just a propagandist. And I think this goes to show, MAGA, you guys are just all about propaganda. Your fastest rising star is somebody who is just a mouthpiece for the government, the deep state. When we say it's a cult, this is what we mean. The people who have offered pushback, they're struggling. The crazy thing is his backstory. So he got to start at the Blaze, and then Johnson made a foray into mainstream media in 2012 when he joined BuzzFeed. Though he built a reputation there for viral content, he was fired after 2 years for serial plagiarism. Just lying about everything. Yeah, 10 times better than me. At least I don't plagiarize, Holly. But I think you're proving my point, Holly. You like Benny Johnson because Benny Johnson says what you want him to say. And you don't like me because I criticize people. But whatever you say about me versus Benny Johnson, my thoughts are original. What I do is original. I do it myself. I create an outline, and I pick what content we're going to do. You like him because he says what you want to say, or what you want him to say. He confirms all your beliefs. Let's go. That journalistic crime is often career-ending in mainstream outlets. 2 years of serial plagiarism, caught multiple times, but not on the right. Johnson was swiftly welcomed back to the right-wing ecosystem with subsequent jobs at National Review, Independent Journal Review, where he again faced plagiarism allegations, The Daily Caller, Turning Point USA, and Newsmax. All your favorites. Why are all your favorite outlets hiring people who have done nothing but get caught lying and plagiarizing other people's work? He also made out with a dude in the closet. Just ironic. He's allegedly closeted gay, but speaks openly about how much he hates gay people. Then Johnson went independent in 2023, focusing on his personal podcast, streaming, and social media platforms. The following year, the Justice Department charged 2 individuals with covertly channeling $8.7 million from a Russian state-controlled propaganda outlet to the production companies of 3 U.S.-based right-wing YouTube stars in return for videos prosecutors said supported the Russian government. He just took millions of dollars. Him, Tim Pool, and Dave Rubin. Millions of dollars. I'm a homophobe now. Listen, it's not homophobic. I'm not afraid of, we have to be clear on what that means. Criticizing somebody for being openly homophobic while having gay relations is me pointing out hypocrisy. I'm not afraid of gay people, right? It doesn't bother me that gay people have rights, and I hope that gay people have all the rights that I have. It's not homophobia. It's not homophobic to point out that somebody is a hypocrite. You guys just love identity politics because you're all dumb bitches. All of you. Every last one of you. This guy said gay, so now I'm going to play identity politics. That's it. That's your whole thing. And that's Benny Johnson's whole thing. That was his exact defense when these stories came out about him. Oh, I thought the left liked gay people. We do. But we don't like all gay people. There's plenty of gay people that I think are assholes. Plenty of straight people that are assholes. Right? I just think he's an asshole. I also think he's a crook. I think that he steals other people's work. He fucking stole Tucker Carlson's delivery. Why? If I go back and I show you, let's find Benny Johnson from like let's see, when did he move? Let's look at Benny Johnson 2012. I'm gonna find something from him. Oh yeah, I think I can do upload date. Is there a way to search by? Is there like an advanced search on Twitter, or I mean on YouTube? What is this? Is this him really? I don't think that's him. See if the oldest one I can find 3 years ago. All right, let's try this. This is from 2011.
Hello. And that's what I didn't go to J school. Sorry. I didn't go to writing classes, and I didn't take a single poli-sci class. But I'm now a political reporter for BuzzFeed. So how do you make these kind of leaps? This is me in my laboratory in Germany, where I worked for 2 years, doing organochemistry compounds that Lord knows what they do now. Lord knows if they were ever useful, but that's what you did as a scientist. This is me. I was so proud because the challenge was to make a...
So here's Cadence. Now tell me he didn't just steal Tucker Carlson's entire shit here.
The White House and was able to retell our experience in the sunken third world, failed state hellscape of Washington, where we were able to barely survive and escape with our lives. Many don't. It is the murder capital of America. No American should feel unsafe in their nation's capital. It is our birthright to have safety and security, especially in our capital city. And so I'm fully in favor.
Safety and security, especially in our capital city. It's that rise at the end. He just ripped off Tucker Carlson. Sorry about the noise.
Of President Trump deploying the National Guard, and it brought crime down severely and significantly. But now the criminals are striking back as multiple National Guardsmen have been shot in the head.
Isn't that interesting? You plagiarized his work, plagiarized the voices too. Cool Benny Johnson there. Trump's right-wing media coalition, united by his cult of personality and their hate. Oh, one other thing I wanted to point out with Benny Johnson, Tim Pool, and Dave Rubin. They all also lie about what the DOJ said. They all say that the DOJ in the Tenet Media investigation listed them as victims. That is a lie. What the DOJ said is they might not have understood where the money was coming from. You can't get money from Russia. You can't take millions of dollars from Russia, not be forced to repay it, and then be a victim. A victim of what? At best, they're victims of stupidity. All right, Trump's right-wing media coalition, unified by his cult of personality and their shared hatred of the left, powered his return to the White House. But fissures soon emerged as commentators split with the president and each other over his handling of issues like Russia-Ukraine war, tariffs, U.S. strikes on Iran, immigration enforcement reforms, and most of all, the Epstein case. Johnson, however, tends to stay out of such squabbles. While he has some policy preferences, he hates food stamps, claims that every single thing you hate about your life right now could be fixed by mass deportation, and wants to destroy Social Security. Trump is his top priority. Anytime Trump needs someone to move his bullshit, he can count on Johnson to show up with a shovel, a wheelbarrow, and a smile. There's no lie too absurd for him to parrot, no corruption he won't defend. It will help the president achieve his aims. Want a rationale to send troops into cities like Portland or Washington? Benny will declare to his audience that the former has been conquered by Antifa, and the latter has entire neighborhoods that need to be bulldozed. Let's go look right now at his Twitter. Let's see what he's doing right now. Is he doing propaganda about brown people and Dems? Is he using every single chance, or is he taking every single opportunity to make it seem like brown people are coming after you? Let's see. All right, here's Pete Hegseth. We're sending in more National Guard. That'll help. And then here he is blaming Senator Slotkin just a few days ago, claiming the National Guard was about to start shooting at American civilians. It's an insane and dangerous lie. Now 2 troops were shot in Washington. Oh, this is the Dems' fault. They had the audacity to say don't follow unlawful orders, so now this is their fault. Here, recently, CNN compared National Guard troops to Nazis. Let's see if they did.
Frankly, actually what the president is doing through the Secretary of Defense is creating units, official military units, to quite frankly, watch the American people. And that's the thing that is absolutely abhorrent. It reminds me so much of what happened in Germany in the 1930s.
Yeah. Oh, this is their fault. We don't even know who it is yet. Their fault. I see what you're saying, UA. You say this is a setup. I see what you're saying. Just don't take the bait. Just what I want you to take from this is that this is all very, very predictable. And what right-wingers see when they go to Benny Johnson is they go to Benny Johnson to hear what they want to hear. And we all do this to some extent. Like when a tragedy happens, we can flash back to Charlie Kirk. When it happened, I think if we're being honest with ourselves, a lot of us were saying, God, I hope it's not somebody on the left. God, I hope it's not. I don't want to be associated with that. So people are running to Twitter right now to get this, and what they want is they want it to be confirmed that the right are the good guys and the left are the bad guys. And Benny Johnson is happy to do that. Scroll down. Just a few days ago, 6 Democrats claimed Trump was issuing unlawful orders to the military and that troops must resist. They didn't say that. I did, though. I said that he does that. They didn't. And he does do that. So it's their fault again. Oh, those are his comments. Sorry. Here we go. Going after the Somalians. It's been confirmed that ICE and border agents are about to surge into Somalian-dominated communities in Minnesota after massive fraud was exposed. Why would ICE do that? You see what I mean? Like his whole persona is to make people feel like they're the good guys and that there's somebody out to get them, and that who's out to get them are brown people, almost exclusively. That's his entire career. That sucks. It sucks that those people exist. It sucks. How many followers does he have? Millions, I think, right? 4 million. I'm just showing you what he's showing. What's this? Oh, that's ornaments. Here we go. Chicago Mayor Brandon Johnson says it's racist to incarcerate criminals. Let's see if that's what he said.
We cannot incarcerate our way out of violence. We've already tried that, and we've ended up with the largest prison population in the world without solving the problems of crime and violence. The addiction on jails and incarceration in this country, we have moved past that. It is racist, it is immoral, it is unholy, and it is not the way to drive violence down.
All right. So what he said was it's racist to incarcerate criminals? Can we normalize getting the whole story before overreacting? Yeah. This is like, I had that beef with that fucking psychopath on TikTok last week. I can't remember his name. Mike something. It's what he was accusing everybody of doing. And I do kind of agree with that. I think people run to the internet to like, to make a blanket statement or to make a prediction. And then the problem is that in the moment we go there, and anybody who's going to right-wing media right now, it doesn't matter what the details are tomorrow. It didn't matter with Charlie Kirk either. Within an hour, everybody that was watching that knew that this was a shooter that was either trans or loved trans people, and was Antifa. And nothing else that's come out since then. They don't ever hear anything else that ever came out. That's just that's where they're stuck. This is what sucks about America. Sometimes it feels unfixable, honestly. Certain technologies I don't know that we were ready for. What it takes to fix all that shit is people wanting to change. And I don't think that right now. I don't think people really want to change. It seems like people kind of want that civil war. All right, back to this article. The stiff tariffs you unilaterally implemented, causing chaos in the markets. Benny will explain this to his viewers that the economic pain is the result of demonic possession, and assure them that losing money costs you absolutely nothing. Here's the example here.
Institutions at the expense of smaller ones. No more. No more.
That takes a lot of guts to say that.
This administration aims to give all banks the chance to succeed, whether it's JP Morgan or your local mortgage and loan. It aims to get capital to Americans who need it by getting bureaucracy out of the way. For too long.
PBD is exactly what you just talked about, and people.
This was yesterday. When was that, Rob?
This was yesterday.
Yep,
yesterday. To the National Bankers Association, funded by the big banks, created wholesale by corporate banks, and so to be able to have the temerity to go in and say that, and then also his background is so impressive, and I cannot believe I'm doing this. Please.
His background. So Scott Besson got really rich by working for George Soros and doing what George Soros told him to do, and then when he went on his own, he's been a catastrophic failure. It's not that impressive.
Don't come for me in the chat. Please, chat, don't come for me over this. But I'm telling you, like when you go into his background and see that he worked with George Soros, Scott Bessent worked with George Soros as his chief risk manager when he collapsed the British pound. When George Soros did a strategic collapse of the British government, doing it through, hear me out.
Hey guys, are we not devaluing our dollar right now? I do actually believe that this is what Scott Bessent is doing. I do believe that Scott Bessent and Trump are, I don't know if Trump's that involved. I think he just relies on Scott Bessent. I do think that they are trying to devalue our currency to wipe out debt. Don't agree with me? Ask Benny Johnson.
Out on this, a overinflated stock market in the UK, overvalued currency in the UK, mass immigration that was disproportionate and making the culture wobbly.
That he made that shit up. Let's look at immigration in the UK. When was that? Does anybody have the year that the pound? What year was that when they shorted the pound? Let's see. When did Bessent short the pound? All right, 92. It's from the House of Commons here. So right there. This was, see what they do is they give, it's hysteria. They tell you that there's like mass immigration. I don't think so. That looked pretty, it looked like it was higher in the 60s. It looked like it was pretty stable for a really, really long time there. See how they always have to add in like brown people? They have to blame brown people for everything. Benny Johnson do his homework? No, he's just saying, he's just doing this thing right now that he always does where he's repeating. He's saying, here's what happened then, and it's exactly what I'm talking about now. And he doesn't do any research.
A strategic collapse of the British government, doing it through, hear me out on this, a overinflated stock market in the UK, overvalued currency in the UK, mass immigration that was disproportionate and making the culture wobbly.
You see it? We all saw it, right? You know what they did? He just shorted it. They shorted the pound. They thought it was overvalued. That's what they did. And they also went along, and they also made other investments, and they went on. They did big like media blitzes saying that it was overvalued, and they got a bunch of other people to buy into that it was shorted. Or to short it, and then it needed to be shorted, and that it was going to crash, and then it crashed. And then what happened is when the pound started crashing, everybody panicked, and it crashed. That's what Scott Bessent and George Soros were really good at. Soros did this all the time. Soros is a piece of shit. I want to be clear on that. He gives a lot of money to left wing causes, and that I'm great. But George Soros is an absolute piece of shit. And George Soros manipulates markets, and it hurts people. It bankrupts people. These are not good people. But everything Benny Johnson's saying here, he could have just like a quick Google search. And he'd be, we could correct it. Cash is speaking.
And an elite class that had sold out the working class of their country. That's what the UK was in the 90s. And he and Scott Bessent, our current Treasury Secretary, with George Soros, swooped in and made a fortune that couldn't be spent in 100,000 lifetimes by betting against, by shorting the UK government and the pound. And this man saw the structural inefficiencies and the risks associated with the single greatest financial coup in world history, arguably, what made George Soros famous. I'm only saying that to say this. Trump is a genius, man, for bringing this guy on, for ignoring the fact that he's friends with Soros, bringing this guy on to work out these structural inefficiencies in our country.
Name one first world brown country. I'll wait. Name one country that immigrants are coming that immigrants are coming from, either to the UK or the United States, where we didn't completely fuck up their country. I'll wait. It's crazy. We fuck up all these countries, and they were like, I can't believe that these countries aren't doing well. Oh, I wonder what happened. That's like Cash Patel's live. Donald Trump's a genius because he's bringing in a guy that wants to crash our currency so him and his friends can make out like bandits. You guys trust a George Soros protege who's the only thing he's good at is shorting currency and crashing economies. And you're like, Trump's a genius for bringing him in. Now let's see what they're saying.
Guard, United States Secret Service, Deputy Mayor Pia, Fire Chief Donnelly, and Metro's General Manager Randy Clark. And we join with the FBI director.
Go enjoy. And name one white country that's able to build anything without brown people's help. We'll wait.
In ensuring that MPD investigates.
And also, I'll mute that for a second. Also, shut the fuck up. That's the other thing I wanted to bring up. Shut the fuck up. You didn't do any of that shit. The fact that your skin is white doesn't mean a goddamn thing. You didn't do any of that. My ancestors did good things. Well, what are you doing? Talking shit on the internet? My skin is white and their skin was white, and so I get credit for what they did. Shut the fuck up. I don't know if like white Americans have ever been more pathetic than now. Like, if you're proud right now of what current white Americans are doing, like, you got a low bar. We're not great right now. Okay, white America's not doing great things. Stop living off the accomplishments of your ancestors and stop giving your ancestors credit for stuff that they didn't do on their own.
That individual has been taken into custody.
Now, can you tell us any more details on the conditions of the two National Guards and whether or not anyone else was featured? And a quick question follow-up for the FBI director. You said that we'll make sure we find the perpetrators for this act. So just to clarify, the person believed to be responsible is in custody.
Did Cash already speak or something? They're saying he already spoke. Did he tweet?
We have the full power of the FBI and our federal partners here in the task force, so we're looking at all those different aspects.
Were the National Guardsmen armed, sir?
The National Guardsmen that were shot, I'm told they were armed.
Did they get off shots?
At this time, as part of the preliminary investigation.
Do we know who shot the suspect?
Sure. So how the suspect was apprehended, as I said, the individual, the suspect came around the corner. He immediately started firing a firearm at the two National Guard members. So at that time, there were other National Guard members that were in the area. They heard the gunfire. They actually were able to intervene and to kind of hold down the suspect after he had been shot on the ground until law enforcement got there within moments.
And he was shot by a National Guardsman?
At this point, we're still investigating exactly who shot that individual.
Are we getting another Groiper raid? Hey, Groipers, get some courage and come up here and talk to me for once instead of just sitting in the comments. I know you guys let Nick Fuentes do all the talking for you, but one of you guys could have some courage.
Were there DC policemen in the area?
We don't know what kind of weapon. There was DC police. It happened right in front of the Metro, although there was no indication that the perpetrator was on the Metro. So there's Metro Transit Police in the area, and obviously being on 17th Street by the White House, Uniform Division Secret Service were in the immediate area as well.
What kind of weapon the alleged perpetrator used?
We do not know at this time.
We're going to be able
to take
law enforcement has been able to question the suspect, or is his condition so severe that you haven't been able to have a conversation?
Sure. Again, so as I said, we're very preliminary in the investigation, so we're looking to all aspects of who the individual is, his connections. At this time, he's still in the hospital receiving treatment.
I would just like, hang on, I would just like to add.
I didn't know he was there. I didn't even see him this whole time. I thought that was just some kid. I swear, did any of you guys see him? Were any of you out? I was shocked to hear his voice. I was looking for his clips.
Hey guys, I got something to say over here too. Opa, lopa, dupa, bad.
Oh man, that threw me for a loop.
That this suspect is in, the reason that this suspect is in custody is because of the bravery of the men and women of the National Guard who responded due to their extensive training to secure American lives today.
Why do you talk like that, dude? Can you talk like a human for a second? Talks in such a bizarre way. The reason that they're alive is the great man. Just talk like a human. We've also heard you on podcasts, dude. You don't talk like that. Just talk normal.
There was not any further injury and any further shootings. We should highlight the fact that the men and women of law enforcement, the interagency, the Department of War, and the National Guard executed their training with great precision today and prevented an even greater tragedy from befalling us. These National Guardsmen are heroes, and we must pray for their safety and their speedy recovery. And as the chief said, we are in the preliminary stages of this investigation. We will run down every single lead, every piece of evidence. This is the power of the U.S. government at its best.
Is anybody? Nobody trusts this guy, right? I'm a little nervous to say, do we like Kash Patel if there is a Groyper raid? Because I have the sneaking suspicion they don't. We'll see. I don't want to ask. I'm a little worried about the mods. Be ready in case we get a flurry of racism.
State, local, and federal level.
The fuck? What happened? In the world? What happened to our feed?
Right from this corner is
Is that the end of it?
Albert.
Huh. Where's live at? Is there like a live option here? Right there. All right. Oh.
Metro stop.
Guess we can catch the end.
The FBI will lead out on that mission with our interagency partners, to include the Department of Homeland Security, Secret Service, ATF, DEA, and we're thankful for.
I will say that it is nice, on brand with Doge. I do like that we got a FBI director who we can buy children's clothes for to save us a little money. That's pretty on brand. I like that.
Mayor's assistance in this matter, the Metropolitan Police Department and their skills in investigating homicides.
Oh, that's a good point. This morning it was reported Trump was going to fire him. That is it. God, it sucks that that's a good point, Amy.
And gun shootings in this city is exceptional. We will work together collaboratively because this is a matter of national security, because it's a matter of pride. President Trump has been informed. We've been in contact with the White House. We will shortchange the American public with no resources to make sure we find and safeguard our nation's capital right here in Washington, D.C., and bring anyone responsible for this heinous act of violence to justice. I would lastly like to add to the American public and the world, please send your prayers to those brave warriors who are in critical condition and their families. They are here serving our country. They are here protecting everyday Americans and citizens around the world in our nation's capital. They are the heroes of this day, and we must remember them on this day and every day, and their families and the sacrifice they have made. I will now turn it over to Chief Carroll of the Metropolitan Police Department. Thank you.
All right. By the way, this is the picture. I don't know if this is real, and it's finally blurred so I can show it, but this is who they say the shooter was. Or people have said that. I have no idea if that's true, and they cropped it because there was definitely a penis there, and they don't really blur that on Twitter. I'm looking for info on the shooter.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Jeff Carroll. I'm the Executive Assistant Chief here at the Metropolitan Police Department. At approximately 2:15 this afternoon, members of the D.C. National Guard were on high visibility patrols in the area of 17th and I Street Northwest when a suspect came around the corner, raised his arm with a firearm, and discharged it at the National Guard members. The National Guard members, there were other members that were in the area. They were able to, after some back and forth, able to subdue the individual and bring them into custody. Within moments, members of law enforcement in the area were also able to assist and bring that individual into the custody. At this time, as the director mentioned, the National Guard members are being treated at a local hospital. DC Fire and EMS responded to the scene to provide first aid for those individuals and transport them to
I don't know if that's a white. Is that a white guy for sure? I thought maybe could be Hispanic.
local hospital. The suspect in this case was also transported for treatment at a local hospital. Madam Mayor.
Such a brazen act right before Thanksgiving. The chief there again saying he raised his arm with a firearm and discharged at National Guard's members. I want to turn now to CBS News Homeland Security correspondent Nicole Sganga, who is at that news conference listening in as well. Nicole, what more can you tell us at this hour?
Jerika,
All right. Well, we'll look for updates then. Let me know if we have updates. All right, moving on from that Benny article.
So that this can't
go back to the outline. Looked white to you. Yeah, I wasn't sure. It was the beard for me. Very, very dark beard. No verified image of suspect yet. Yeah, and also we don't know if that is the suspect. We want to put that out too. That's just a picture that it was all right wing like troll looking accounts that put that out. So this happened during the Charlie Kirk stuff too. So we have no idea. Burnout Medics say Patel represents every insecure griper who lives vicariously through Call of Duty. All right. One of the big changes here, and I think it's crazy. Like there's so much stuff happening in this country that I think one of the most underreported stories is that quietly. Larry Ellison is buying up all the media, and Barry Weiss has been put in charge over at CBS News, and you're starting to see a big push from Zionists to control the media through Larry Ellison. This is Sarah Hurwitz, I think it's her name. Is the right one? Sarah Hurwitz. She's a former speechwriter for Obama and Hillary Clinton. And I wanted to show this because this was one of the most alarming things I've seen when it comes from somebody that I think is on the left. And it goes to show that there is this middle ground like of Zionism. I think this is where John Fetterman winds up. Like this is how we lost John Fetterman. He's here too. I want you to listen to, it's 4 minutes long, talk about her attempt to make everything anti-Semitic, and to make every action that anybody takes, or any statement or any criticism of Israel, how she internalizes that, and how she's having a hard time convincing other people that they need to internalize that as well.
And I'm texting with them. I'm like, do you still want me to come? Like, what should I do? And we decided the tour would go
You spot Lion Country Safari here in West Palm? I don't know what that is.
on. And so I it wasn't a response to October 7th. It was really planned beforehand, but it became a response to October 7th. And it was, I came straight from like 1997 to 2023 and the shock that I felt. On so many, we're very distracted by these big encampments and protests, which are terrible, of course. But I am much more worried about the pervasive, systemic atmosphere on these campuses, like the air kids breathe.
Yeah.
In a lot of campuses.
Cash shops at Oshkosh Bagosh. Stop it. No, we're not going to turn this into a roast of Kash Patel. It wouldn't feed enough people.
Israel is in the same moral bucket as the KKK and the Nazis, right? So if I said to you, Jonah, look, I'm a Nazi, sure, but I'm a liberal Nazi. That's insane, right? Or, I'm in the KKK, but I don't hate minorities. Like, that's monstrous. Like, come on, we're not going to have a conversation about that. And that's what I think a lot of students on campus hear when a Jewish student says, well, look, I'm a Zionist, I'm a liberal Zionist, I care about Palestinian rights. It's like, Israel is now so evil, so untouchable that there's no point of contact you can have with it, just like there's no point of contact you can have with the KKK or Nazis.
Yeah. Yep. Why is anybody I don't know why she's surprised by this. Of course. Yeah. Yeah, like KKK is really bad. I think the death toll for Israel is much higher. Yeah. Yeah, they're in the same discussion.
And once you're in that level of rationality, there's no conversation to be had. So many Jewish...
In fact, I point out one other thing. Our government fought against the Nazis. We chose to fight against the Nazis. And our government chose to fight against the KKK. Lukewarm on Israel.
Students told me they tried to meet with their classmates who were harassing them and like have a conversation. And they would be told, no, that would be normalizing Zionists. I just thought like the extremity of this... And it's so confusing for these poor college kids because their anti-Semitism education has been Holocaust education.
Right.
So they get to campus, they're like, well, there are no Nazis here, but I feel really unsafe. And so I'm going to gaslight myself and say, well, maybe it's anti-Zionism, not anti-Semitism. And I have to walk them through like, okay, if a classmate of yours, I was like, can I walk?
This is my favorite part. This is actually fucking crazy. Like the fact that she doesn't understand this is going to blow you away.
To walk them through like, okay, if a classmate of yours, I was like, can I walk through your campus with a t-shirt that says, I love Israel? And they're like, oh God, no.
Yes. Well, yes, you can, but people are going to yell at you.
I'm like, okay, what if a black student came to you and said, my campus is great for black students, but I can't wear my Black Lives Matter t-shirt. I'd get harassed. And the student's like, oh, that's racism. That's terrible. Great.
Correct. Because black people didn't commit a genocide. They didn't do anything. People were just racist and hated them. Yeah. Isn't that crazy? This is the same thing. Why don't you see that it's the same? Because it's not the same. That's why.
Gay student says, my campus great for queer students, but if I wear my Pride t-shirt, I will be harassed. Like,
once again, it's not gay people who are hurting others. It's other people who are hurting them. That's why you can wear a Palestinian shirt. You're not going to get that much shirt. Like if you say Free Palestine. By the way, when I was in Mexico, Free Palestine stickers everywhere. It's beautiful.
It's not great. That's homophobia.
Right.
So it's like, so how come if you wear your Israel t-shirt and you get harassed, you don't think that's anti-Semitism?
Because you live in America. And Israel's a country. That's why. And they're doing a genocide. In Israel and Jewish are different things. You can be Jewish and not be Israeli. If you wore a shirt that said, I love being Jewish, mostly nobody would give a shit. Reuters might come after you. You might have some problem with if there was some fundamentalist Christians and or fundamentalist Islamists. But for the most part, nobody's going to give a shit if you wore a shirt that just said, like, I love Jewish people. You're saying Israel. That's the problem. I don't know how these people don't get, like, how do you not get it? You're that far in the victim complex. That, like, wearing a shirt of a country that's doing a genocide, you're like, I can't believe that I'm getting pushback here.
And they're like, no, but the problem, it's not Jews, it's Israel. I'm like, Okay, what if your Chinese American classmate wore a t-shirt that says, I love China? Even if your classmates knew what a terrible human rights violation.
Well, what if China right now had an open air prison and they were wiping out their population? If they were doing that. Now, you can, China has certainly had some issues. And there have been a lot of times when, like, wearing a shirt that said, I love China, would have gotten you the same exact reaction. But currently, China's not doing what Israel's doing. So again, not the same. Historically, sometimes an I love China shirt would have gotten you some problems, but not today.
China is, I'm guessing they would think, well, okay, I'm sure she doesn't love the Chinese government. She's probably just passionate about her heritage, or maybe she's studying Chinese history or language. I think your classmates would give her the benefit of the doubt.
Right. Yeah, because when you hear Israel, you think genocide right now. You know? That's why you don't wear the shirt, right? 30 years from now, you might be able to wear, like, maybe Israel makes some changes. Maybe their government's doing good things, and you wear a I love Israel shirt, and nobody's going to give a shit.
And that is not something that happens for Jewish students. And it's Dara Horn, who's one of my best friends and an amazing Jewish author. She talks about the difference between poor anti-Semitism, which is like, you're a Jew, you're bad, I'm going to kill you.
One other thing I want to point out with the China example, because it is true that you get arguments just the same way that you get arguments in Israel, but that in the Xinjiang region, that the Uyghur is subject to a lot of violence. You could argue that, but we're not funding it. That's another part that's different. You don't have our government out there saying, this is totally fine. Here's some more money. It's another difference, right? You can oppose these other countries, but we're not part of it. We're not funding it. We're not bombing other countries on behalf of China. Xinjiang, how do you say that? Is it Xinjiang?
There is nothing you can do to be good. You can't convert. You're bad. I'm killing you. Whereas there's another kind of anti-Semitism, which is like, you're a Jew, you're bad, but there is something you can do to be okay. You can give up whatever it is that I, the majority, think is disgusting about Judaism. And so back in the day.
Which is genocide, unless you're talking about the Groypers, in which case that's coming from the right. And they're not on college campuses. They're not on any college campus. They're listening to Nick Fuentes on their Androids.
Hey, if you were a Jew converted to Christianity, they wouldn't kill you. For some time, at least.
Yes, I have.
For a while, maybe.
If you got lucky.
You could convert. And today, I think I think about my parents' generation, the 50s, if you were a Jew and, just get rid of your last name, your nose, your Jewy gestures, right? Be less Jewy, and then then you're safe.
No, I think that's not so much of a problem. I think that the problem is the genocide. Sorry on the Android slander. Sorry. I do want to point something out. When I make fun of androids, the only people who get upset are the Twitch chat. Yeah, there they go.
Today, it's, get rid of your Zionism and then you're safe. And so you see these poor kids who are like, they're like, my rabbi growing up told me Israel was great. And then I got to campus and I learned they were genocidal, colonial Nazis. I saw the light. I had an epiphany. And then I took anti-Zionism and anti-colonialism into my heart, and now I'm saved. And their classmates are like, now you're saved. You're a Jew who's seen the light. And it's like,
this is crazy. They want me to denounce a genocide. It's not very fair. Apple users are in a cult. Yeah, I can't get out. I've had Androids before. One, actually. And I really liked it. I was just speaking in generalities. All right, now I want to show you Barry Weiss here. Barry Weiss, Ben Shapiro, and who was the other one? Dan Sainer, or Senior, I don't know. They were part of this leadership conference. And I want you to hear now Barry Weiss. She has no idea what the middle is in this country. But these people who represent a minority opinion now have like 80% of the media, which is crazy.
Is actually how you get Jewish continuity. So then how do you raise Jewish kids? Again, people want all these solutions. The reality is formative experiences, putting kids in actual bubbles, in Jewish bubbles during their formative years, because when they're in those Jewish bubbles, that's when Judaism comes alive. And that's also, oh, by the way, while they're forming all their key relationships with their closest friends, who, despite what any of us think, will have much more influence on these kids than any of us will. All right?
Yeah, I grew up in a cult. That's cult shit. That's just put your kids in a bubble Don't give them any, like, if your kids, what does that say about your cult? That if your kids get education outside of your cult, they will leave. That's the state that we're at now. That's what these folks are saying. We have to control all the media. We can't say anything about genocide. And don't let your kids go to school. Put them only in Jewish schools or keep them home. Put them in a bubble.
Kids spend their time with. So whether it is in a Jewish day school, and I think Jewish day school is like a no-brainer. Just 3 data points. There have been a series of studies. One, alumni of Jewish day schools are 2 times more likely than their peers to be very proud and very public about their Jewish identity.
Why does that matter? This is giving me like PTSD from my cult. They used to tell, like, this would, from the pulpit, they would say, if you make sure that your kids go to church every Sunday and they stay for all 3 hours of church every Sunday, and when they're in junior high and high school, they need to go to seminary, which was like a class at the school, but it was religion. It was off campus, but it was on campus. They need to go. They need to go to these religion classes. Make sure if they get any money that they pay 10% of their money. Make sure that they don't date before they're 16. Don't let them watch any movies that have any sexual content in them at all. Just be PG-13. No music that swears. No music. No sexual suggestive content at all. When you talk about like sex ed, it's literally just like teach abstinence. And our studies find that when you put these kids in a bubble, they wind up staying Mormon more often. That's a weird way to raise your kids. Maybe I'm a different parent, but that's a weird way to raise your kids. Like, I'm going to make sure that they believe only what I believe. They have to say Jewish, but they mean Zionism. Yeah, that's facts.
4 times as likely to proudly identify and support the state of Israel. Okay? Today,
did you know abortions are free and paid for in Israel for any reason? I hear that means you don't value life. I've heard that. I've never fact-checked that. I know you do your homework, so I'm going to trust you on this one.
Some 5% of non-Orthodox Jewish kids.
My sister-in-law married my brother. Her mom said drink cranberry juice, and that was the extent. God, who were these dirty dicks in where you were? Why all these guys have dirty dicks?
In America are in Jewish day schools. That is a tragedy. And if there's one lesson we can take after these last 2 years, is there should now be a Jewish renaissance in Jewish education and Jewish camping, and just figure out that is like, and the challenge is that it's uninterested. Like when you tell people this, like the big philanthropists, they look at you like, because they only know of giving to the school that their kid went to, or the school they want their kid to go to.
We should have like the
proud atheist. Come on.
Challenge to our community and people in this room should be, how can we collectively make Jewish day school the price of Catholic school?
Right. I remember actually after my 90 seconds through why you said that. So you said it should be the Catholic school model.
I am a product of everything you say. All of the resources that my parents had went to Jewish day schools and Jewish camps. We didn't go on vacation. Everything went to that. Everything.
Right.
Okay. And the idea, though, that
this is who is in charge at CBS now. And she was hired because she's nuanced, and she's not on the right and she's not on the left. She has very nuanced views. And here she is saying, what we need to do is control all narratives. We need to control it so that, by the way, if these were Muslims, Donald Trump would have bombed this. We would have drone strike. This would be a drone strike on this whole fucking thing. Every Republican in office would be out there saying, Sharia law, Sharia law, Sharia law. But when it's Jewish people or when it's Christian nationalists, it's like, oh, it's freedom of religion.
the price that it is, given the amount of capital in our community, it makes my blood boil.
Yeah.
This is where all of the resources in our community should go without exception. This is it. Judaism is a peoplehood and a civilization. We do not adhere to modern.
I don't know. I didn't. Mikey. Wait, so Jewish day school is more expensive than other day schools? Who sets the price? It's a fair question. Yeah, I know why I know, proud atheist. I saw.
Categories because we're more ancient than all of those categories. And so, but because we've done such a poor job of explaining what we are to people, to say, I have no problem with Judaism, amazing faith. Amazing faith, incredible people. It's just Israel I have a problem with. We need to do a better job of explaining.
That's a good point, Shims, and I do think we want to be careful about that. Like, anti-Semitism is a very, very real thing, and it affects people, Jewish Americans, all the time. They've been targeted for years. That you've had synagogues burned down. Even like I hate to bring up Dave Portnoy, but Dave Portnoy had that shit happen to him in just recently in Mississippi that I think was kind of shocking to him. Anti-Semitism is very real, and it's important to recognize that there's a difference between anti-Semitism and Israel genociding or Zionism. But what they're talking about is the same shit that I learned as a kid. That like there's problems with my religion. For anybody who doesn't know, I grew up Mormon, and so there's a lot of problems with my religion. Like the fact that Utah is a state. The reason Utah became a state is because they were practicing polygamy with underage children, and the government was like, fuck you, you can't do that anymore. And they're like, no, fuck you, we're going to do it. We're all the way over here in Utah. And the government said, we're on our way. And they're like, fuck. So they sent everybody who still wanted to practice polygamy down to Arizona. They eventually wound up in Mexico. And then when the government got there, they're like, see, we're good. See, we're good. No child brides here. And then the government left, and they still practiced polygamy, but they just did it like kind of on the low. And then, for decades there were problems with the Mormon Church allowing like black people to be in the church. It wasn't until 1978 when black people were able to get the priesthood. There were multiple massacres, not only of indigenous people, but people just traveling through Utah to go to California for the gold rush. There's the Mountain Meadows Massacre, which was horrific, where in an act of revenge for Joseph Smith being martyred, I don't remember how many people, I think a couple hundred people, they just marched them out in the middle of the desert and shot everybody except for the infants. And then they kept the infants and raised them on their own. But we didn't ever learn about that. We didn't talk about that. We sheltered ourselves from any of that stuff. And we were told, like, if there's a book that's critical of the Mormon Church, do not read it. Don't put it in your home. If somebody offers it to you, don't even be friends with that person. That person is just trying to bring you down. So this type of shit I'm used to, but what this all is all a bunch of people who likely have been proud of their faith, and there's some real problems with people of their faith, especially when you tied your faith to a government and to a country. And now, instead of admitting that, because if you admit that, you have to admit that like maybe your faith isn't that good, you have to say, we just need to censor it. We just need to make sure that nobody knows about it. Let's just pretend that it didn't happen. Why was RTB silent about the genocide while Genocide Joe was president? Well, guess what, bitch? I wasn't. See, you guys do this shit all the time. You think you know me. I wasn't. I was Raise your hand if when Joe Biden was president, you heard me criticizing him. Raise your hand if you know for a fact that that's what I was most critical of Harris about. Raise your hand if you know that. Is Erica here? Erica's kind of the one that changed my mind on all that stuff. Like I was a little soft on Biden and Harris at first, and I had conversations with Erica. So wrong. Try again. That's just your excuse for not discussing this shit. You're ignoring it because you're in a cult too. You're just like them. You don't want to talk about genocide. You don't want to talk about the mistreatment of immigrants here. You don't want to talk about a collapsing economy. You don't want to talk about us stealing money from poor people to give it to rich people. You don't want to talk about threatening to take away SNAP benefits right before the holiday season. You don't want to talk about these cuts. Why? Because Trump's president. But in all of these things, if Joe Biden was president, it's all you would fucking talk about. You're not like me. We're not the same. You're in a cult. I escaped one. And that's why I can't really be in a cult now. It doesn't work. It makes me feel this. I don't even know if this impacts you guys in the same way. I don't even know if you give a fuck about this video. But this video for me is like, it's PTSD. I see this and I go, oh, fuck, mind control. Oh, fuck, there's people that are going to be abused for this. As soon as you insulate a community like this, you insulate them, you say, we're going to do our own schools, we're going to do our own teaching, we're going to police, police our own communities, we're all going to live together. That's when the abuse starts. And then when you have somebody who abuses children, you don't want it to get out because it hurts the community. You don't want your community to look bad. So you cover that shit up. And that's what happened in my cult and virtually every cult that has ever existed. And it happens in your fucking cult too. It happens in the MAGA cult. That's why you guys don't talk about Matt Gaetz being an obvious sexual predator. That's why you don't talk about the fact that Donald Trump has multiple, like 30 plus accusations of sexual assault, including multiple against children, multiple settlements for sexual assault, a civil liability case for sexual assault. You don't talk about Jim Jordan covering up sexual assault. You guys don't talk about any of this shit because it looks bad on your cult. So instead, you just project that outward. I used to say it was a cult a lot more. We've kind of gotten away from that. But like, MAGA is a fucking cult. In the same way that the way I grew up is it was in a cult. And you know that it's a cult when you start protecting predators. And so if you're somebody who finds yourself, if you're in the Jewish community and you find yourself agreeing with Barry Weiss here and Ben Shapiro and thinking, oh, well, we don't want to take the heat for what Israel is doing. So what we'll do is we'll hide it from our children. You know what's going to happen? Your children are going to grow up. The internet exists now. And someday they'll leave your home. And all that pride that you instilled in them, when they find out what you hid from them, they're not going to like you very much. I know what it's like to look at my parents and go, you lied to me my whole life. And they know that they lied to me. They know they hid that shit from me. That sucks. The last thing I want my daughter to do when she grows up is feel like, oh, my whole childhood, my dad lied to me just so I would believe the same shit he did. You guys get lied to every single day and you just eat it up. I'm tired of the both sides shit too, saying like the Democrats are a cult. No, it's not. It's just not. Are there people that lie? Yep. Are there people that vote blue no matter who? Yep. But who are these predators we're protecting? Can you guys think of a Democrat, a predator that was protected? I can't. At least not recently. Not since I've been a Democrat. I guess I'm still a registered Republican. I mean, Anthony Weiner ran that guy right out. Even Cuomo ran that guy out. Was it Barney Frank ran that guy out? Every time we have something like this, we run them out. Every time you guys have something like this, you elevate them. What you do instead is you're like, actually, the accusation against them is proof that they're even better than we thought. So we're going to put them in charge. How many sexual predators you got in the office? How many? Brett Kavanaugh? We got a Supreme Court judge. You got the president. Who else in that administration? You got, of course, Matt Gaetz and Jim Jordan. Maybe Mike Johnson. They get elevated. We're not like you.
Explaining that our connection to Israel.
Oh, yeah. Thank you, Pete Hegseth. And what happens every time the accusations come out about them? You guys go, no, not true. The fact that you're accusing them means that they're actually more innocent, so we're going to give them the highest position.
Is a part of who we are as a peoplehood and a civilization.
So
Linda McMahon, that's right.
I would say that the first thing you need to do is inculcate this when you're kids.
Sex trafficker Linda McMahon, Clarence Thomas, RFK. Oh, yeah, RFK. I haven't even got to that stuff yet. Al Franken. Yeah, Al Franken. Did I say Barney Frank? I meant Al Franken. I don't remember. Did Barney Frank do something too? John Edwards, he's gone.
Kids are like 3 or 4 years old. I'm dead serious. It's not a thing that you read. You don't become pro-America because you read a book when you were 14, and you don't become pro-Jewish because you read a book when you were 14. You become pro-America because you went to a 4th of July parade with your parents and had a hot dog when you were 3 years old. Or in my case, because you watched 1776, the musical, on a loop when you were 5. And know all the lyrics, right? And the reason that you're pro-Jewish is because you went to shul with your parents from the time that you were a little kid, and you made Kiddush on Friday nights with your parents. And you traveled to Israel regularly with your parents, right? That's the reason you do this sort of stuff. People live through their experiences. I think we spend a lot of time, with the Life of the Mind, a place like Tikva. All of us on stage are constantly.
Thanks, Alter Ego. Amy Lynn said, isn't that communism? Own schools, towns, rules, laws, and so on? Yeah, but I think not Ben Shapiro, but I think Barry Weiss would be more okay with that. The Mormon Church was founded on communism, and what they do, and I assume that what Ben Shapiro would say is that communism only works when God is in charge. But since people are flawed, you can't do communism. So therefore, we should do capitalism, which definitely isn't flawed and definitely can't be manipulated.
Engaging in the life of the mind. But the truth is that what Judaism really is a way of life. And that's Americanism too. It's a way of life. It's a way you navigate the world and act in the world. And you don't pick that up from reading a book. You pick that, you read the book, and then it strikes you as true that the thing that it's saying about the life that you live is real. But the way that you actually live in the world and the way you navigate the world is inculcated from the time you're very young. And so what I would say is that all
Trip Soup, your insults suck a bag of dicks, dude. We've heard all of them before. These are all copy and paste. Get your own shit, man. Stop biting other people's shit. Get your own insults. We hear those every goddamn day. You're getting muted for 2 minutes. Mod, someone get Trip Soup for 2 minutes for being unoriginal. Fucking Benny Johnson over here just stealing everybody else's lines.
of our job is take our kids, our grandkids, and put them in the experiences that are going to make them more pro-America and more pro-Jewish. And if you do that over and over and over, then the books are just going to feel like a confirmation of that stuff when they finally come across those books and they're able to understand those books at 14, 15, 16 years old.
My parents grew up as once-a-year shul Jews, both of whom grew up, having bacon in their home.
Mother's here.
I know. That's why I'm saying it. 'Cause now
And all it took for me to be a proud Zionist is a bunch of funding. Where my career, I was kind of a nobody, and I've never really done a whole lot that's of merit. And but I've been funded by Zionists my whole career, and now look at me. I'm running CBS. Hooray! Yeah. Weird how you grew up like not really a Zionist, but as soon as you got funded, here you are as a Zionist.
I'm about to give her a huge compliment.
All right.
My parents became, this is this testament to things like this. They were on a Wexner lay leadership program. They became vegetarian, or at least my dad did. They started learning Hebrew. Their teachers were people like Joseph Telushkin and Pinchas Pelly. They took us to Jerusalem when we were 7 and 9 years old, enrolled in Ulpan, sent us to a socialist summer camp where they threw all the sandwiches in a garbage bag, pulled out another random sandwich and handed you one that you didn't come with, which was an early lesson to me in socialism. But other than that, it was incredible.
It's like Donnie's grocery store.
Yeah,
Great.
Yeah. Like I came with the Nutella sandwich and I left with like the tuna. It was very depressing. But I say all of that to reaffirm what Ben said, which is that all of my like childhood experiences went to the formation of that being a part, fundamental to my identity. And, in our Seders every year, we read from Sharansky, and we also read about how one of the founders wanted to put Moses crossing the Red Sea on the seal. And Americanism and Judaism were just completely fused in my family. So much so that the idea of dual loyalty or being an Israel first Jew, it's like a foreign language to me. That is how it should feel to every young person in our community. I'll say one other thing, which is, this past decade or so has called on those of us who maybe would not have imagined the lives that we are leading. Like history has called to us in particular ways. And I think that for me, reading the works and the testimony of people that had to play unusual roles in their own times has been incredibly affirming and strengthening for me.
Okay, I had to check this. All right. Sorry, I was distracted for a minute because I had to check this. She mentioned the Wexner Heritage Program. That's Les Wexner. That's Epstein's boy. Are we celebrating? That's the Victoria's Secret guy, right? Isn't that what Les Wexner did? I wouldn't be bragging about that. Isn't that Les Wexner? Wasn't he the Victoria's Secret guy that gave Jeffrey Epstein everything? Am I right about that? That's a good point there, Leroy Jenkins. All of this and nothing about God at all. It's just about them. Interesting. I didn't even pick that up. That's a good point. Yeah, I wouldn't have brought that up if I was her. It's not a good time to bring up Les Wexner.
And we're sitting next to these 3 busts of one of the greatest of all Jewish heroes, a person, who was basically spat upon when he would go to the Vienna Opera House and who did not know how to recite Kiddush before he wrote The Jewish State. And I don't think anything could be more of an object lesson in what is...
She said we need to listen to Dershowitz later? Jesus. Yeah, we know that Epstein donated a lot to Democrats. We get that. You understand that none of us give a fuck if any of these Democrats go down, right? You get. I agree with that. I think that, but I believe it or not, his political donations weren't what bothered me. It was more of the sexual abuse of children that bothered me. And when we're talking about people who have been accused of sexually abusing children with him, Donald Trump's high on that list. I think Clinton is on that list, although looks like, at least from the emails, that Clinton wasn't on the island like you guys all said. That's what Epstein seems to say. But like, we don't care. Alan Dershowitz, Bill Clinton, Reid Hoffman, take them all. We literally don't care. You guys only bring this up so that you don't have to talk about Trump being the most named person in the Epstein files. Why didn't I care about Epstein until Trump won? I did. See, this is you're doing it again. You already played this fucking game, dude. You've already played all of this. We wanted the Epstein files released. So sorry, I'm not a member of Congress. I can't demand that they're released. But yeah, when people say I used to be a big Joe Rogan fan. My whole fucking family's QAnon. I grew up in Utah. I live in Arizona. I promise you, Epstein was a topic of conversation. I was concerned that, now let me ask you, why didn't you care when Epstein was murdered while Trump was president and you didn't get any answers? Why didn't you say, hey, why don't we have video of this? And then when Trump came out this time and said, here's the video, but it's missing a minute, how come you didn't go, wait, why is it missing a minute? And then when it turned out that we have that extra minute, why didn't you go, hey, why'd they lie to us about this? And more importantly, this could have been, we could have had the Epstein files in June. And Donald Trump has been threatening Republicans since June not to release them. And only after they said, the Republicans said, sorry, we're going to vote for this, dude. You're going to lose. Like, there's enough of us now. We're going to vote for it. There's too much pressure to release the files. Then he's like, we should totally release the files. And you come in here and go, how come you didn't care before? How come you don't care that Donald Trump is the most listed name in the Epstein files? Your whataboutisms are fucking insane, you absolute cultists. We don't care. You could take down the whole fucking party. We do not care. I'm not a Democrat. Listen, if you got rid of, if 70% of the Democratic Party got wiped out with the Epstein files, great. I want most of them gone anyways. They all suck. We do not care. We don't give a single solitary fuck. But the Democrats, 100% of Democrats since June have said release them. And 4 Republicans since June said release them. And the rest of them were a bunch of pussy-ass bitches, exactly like you would have been, exactly like you are. They're like, well, but Donald said not to, so let's pretend it's something else. We should have had these answers forever ago. We don't have them. Why didn't you say shit when Donald Trump fake released the Epstein files to those influencers? Why didn't any of those influencers go, I think this guy might be lying to us? Because you're in a fucking cult and we're not. We don't care. Take the whole fucking place down. Take all of Washington, D.C. Take Elon Musk. How come you guys don't talk about Elon Musk? The biggest donor in political history. He's in the files. He also said Trump's in them and he's a pedophile. So we're not going to talk about that? No, we only talk about Democrats ever. We don't ever talk about, how about Peter Thiel? You wouldn't even know who the fuck J.D. Vance was without Peter Thiel. You sure shit wouldn't be vice president without Peter Thiel. You going to talk about that? No, we're not going to talk about that. We're definitely not going to talk about that. We're going to talk about RTP, and we're going to assume that he didn't care about the Epstein files. It's not the biggest thing that I cover on this show, frankly, because it is what it is. The government's been hiding it forever. It's obvious they've been hiding it. It's obvious they've been lying. My guess is it has something to do with the folks these people are defending. I think it has a lot to do with Israel. I think it has a lot to do with the CIA. I think it has probably a lot to do with the FBI. That's why we don't cover it that much, because what are we going to cover every day? Oh, they're still hiding the Epstein files. I can't do 3.5 hours on that every day. So, are you going to answer my question, though? Where is that idiot? Yeah, Trip Soup. Okay, Dems were in charge for 2 years. Under Joe Biden, the Democrats in Congress were in charge for 2 years. Are you going to answer any of my questions? Republicans, here's your chance. I'm going to ask Republicans here, why did Donald Trump threaten to primary, or why did Donald Trump say that it was he would take it as a threat or an attack on the administration if they voted to release the Epstein files? If any of you say anything about Democrats now, there's a lag, so I'm going to give you 30 seconds. After 30 seconds, if any of you Republicans say anything about Democrats, instead of explaining why Donald Trump threatened Republicans, you get muted. So we're going to play this game now because I answered your questions. Now it's your turn. Did TikTok go down? Yeah, well, I've said Epstein quite a bit. What do we get? Mods, get ready. And then we'll probably shut this down here in a minute. I want to get an answer, and then we're... All right, Republicans, I need to know why Donald Trump threatened people if they voted to release the Epstein files. That's it. All right, Trip Soup, you have about 20 seconds to answer my question, and then you got to go. 20, 19, 18, 17, 16, 15, 14, 13, 12, 11, 10, 9. All right, Trip's gone. You're a bitch. You guys are all such fucking cowards. None of them. They just all go quiet. We're not going to talk about Donald Trump threatening Republicans. We don't talk about that. Later, Trip. We'll see you tomorrow. I'll be back tomorrow or Friday. Probably Friday. Hope to see you then. See if you bring some courage. Nothing? Isn't that crazy? Isn't that weird how none of them are bringing that up now? Katie Johnson knows why. She certainly does. Jen, did you pump it? Did you jump in? Pump in.
I did for a second, but I submitted the appeal. We'll see how it goes.
Oh yeah, what was it for?
Misinformation.
Probably reading the chat.
Well, I mean, those appeals usually go through.
I'm surprised that's still even bannable offense on TikTok. I don't know anybody who's ever is held up.
Yeah, I mean they usually go through pretty fast. So.
All right. Well, let me see if there's anything else I want to cover, and then I'm going to get out of here. And I'll probably, I don't know, maybe somebody else wants to host TikTok tonight. I would like that better than hosting my own. But let me see what else I have on the outline. I think this is our record for longest stream, isn't it, Jen?
No, the day that Charlie Kirk, that was the longest. Yeah, that was a 7 or 8er.
All right. I feel like there was one more I wanted to add here.
Read Dreamliner Super Chat. I think you might have missed hers.
Okay, give me 1 second.
And no, guys, we're not necessarily planning on being live tonight. It was a possible.
I mean, I'll probably go on either on a live or be live, but all right, I didn't have anything else. Vertigrate, you're gonna host? DM me. See. Appeal not approved.
Yeah, I think I jinxed this. So.
Till the 29th. I've never had a 3-day ban before.
Usually it's 7. Or.
Oh, actually, you know what it probably was? We went off about Larry Ellison and Barry Weiss. That's probably what it was.
Possibly.
All right. Will you reach out to our HR person and see if they can reverse that? Do we still have them?
Yeah, we'll send it
All
up.
right. All right, everybody. I may see you tonight. I may not. We'll see. But if I can go on my backup, I probably won't host. If you are interested in hosting tonight, and I don't want to do like a big panel because I think people are crashing out. But if you want to host and we have small discussions like 2-on-2 or one-on-one, I'm cool with that. You can send me a DM. No promises, or I might go live. My backup is RTP Media News. It's all pushed together. I think that's what it is, isn't it, Jen? I haven't used that in a long time. Yeah, at
It's
it's
Media News.
all right. All right, we'll be back for sure Friday. You'll probably see me tomorrow. You'll probably see me tonight.
All the
Oh shit.
Venmos and everything.
Valerie said happy belated birthday. Thank you. Did you send me some, Jen?
I mean, I sent Venmos before. I don't know if you read them or not.
I think I read all those. I've been trying to keep up. And check here. And I think we're good. All right, guys. We'll see you Friday morning if I don't see you on TikTok. 9:30 or 8:30 to noon Pacific Standard Time. I hope you guys come back, MAGA, and we can talk more. But I love you very much. Stay cute and cool, and have a great summer. Whoa.